Sir, we're on. Hi everyone. We are back painting. The same one as yesterday, for a little bit longer, hopefully. And one you haven't seen yet. Because I took footage of, I posted a reel, you have seen it. I've got a reel of this one to post, so. Bit by bit. Now, just trying to get my little clicker working. Bear with me. Bear with me. Here we go. We're all on. We're all sorted. Hello, Shanae. How to contract you for work? That's a good question. How to contract me for work? It's about a 20-day wait. And if you'd like to commission an original, the link's in the bio. That's how you can get in touch with me. And we can go from there. Victoria, yo, you were here in like 10 seconds. Max 10 seconds. Kia ora, Joseph. Now guys, I know I needed to disappear fast yesterday. We should be able to stay here for longer today. So, caught you at a great time. I'm glad. I also did some shopping. This t-shirt, $2. And these pants, $2. So we're dressed in new clothes. Fantastic. Well, new. Second-hand shop new, but that's good enough. And now we're going to splash around some colours onto this canvas. Daniel, doing great. I am doing great. Now, colours go where? That's the question. Mr. Delpa, you need to get in touch with me. Book your time, big man. Thanks, Troy. And also, Jay, appreciate you subscribing. If you do it again, I'll love you to bits. If you don't, it's totally all good. Still appreciate you to bits. Thank you so much. Why not have an apron on? You know what? I like this shirt so much that I actually did consider thinking, maybe I don't paint in this one. I like this one so much. And I thought, no. That means you need to paint in it. That means you can show the control. You can try and exercise more control over what you're doing. Take your time though, Jay. There is no hurry, but I'm just looking forward to seeing what we end up doing. Because I do, like at night when I lay down in bed and I turn off my phone, I'm lying there staring at the ceiling, just thinking. I think about projects that have happened, projects that are happening, and projects that haven't happened yet. And so your one falls into that third category, and I do think about it. So, because at the moment, there's a world of possibilities of what it may or may not look like. There's colours, there's all sorts. So it's exciting for me. This is what I do. What's life if you don't take some risks? This is true. The risk here though too, Victoria, if I get paint on this shirt, it's all over. And the reason why is it's one of those nicer fabric shirts. So if it gets paint on it, to clean it off, I'll have to stretch it as I scrub it. So it will never be the same. So, careful control is the name of the game. And the scene, it is 24 inches by 33 inches. And that's the size of the canvas we're working to here. I like the size because, a couple of reasons. First off, when I stand in front of it, I can reach each side easily with my hand for the gestures. And the other part is at that size, it's exactly or close to A1. So when it comes to making prints, the scale of it works really nicely. So, without further ado, one more colour. Here we go. A little bit of that, and then are we going to work with the size brush? Guess we are. Ooh, no. He's got an apple. I do not have an apple, but the name of the stream is because our other painting is a dress. Well, it's a dress in the picture, and then this one here is the big apple. So let's get a little bit. Oh, do I want to use this one? It might splash. It might splash. Yeah, I don't know what happens with the viewer count. Sometimes it's chilling, sometimes it's explosive, sometimes it's... Look guys, it's really hard to predict. But I like all the streams. Sometimes it's fun when there's 600 people in the chat room. Other times, I really enjoy 20. I really enjoy 20, knowing that I'm speaking to like 12 to 15 of you actively. I like that. Alright, little sip of coffee. I got used to the calmer, smaller streams. I like the calmer, small ones. It's good, it's good. So sorry. Here's our picture. This is a New York landscape. Let's flick this here, and let's go here and chuck this up. That's our picture. Voila. And then we're going to bring that down, not further ado. Here we go. Guys, you're also all very welcome to be here. This is an inclusive space. We want everyone to feel welcome because we're making art. And I don't plan on gatekeeping it. I want to share every little part about this little wild process with you. Do me one favour, one little favour. Just try and make this a nice wholesome corner of TikTok. Let's not get out of control. So be nice to each other and be respectful in case there are people who value politeness. Politeness? I don't know. You know what I mean, guys. Be nice. Yes, it's a hotter day. It is a hotter day, and I thought today was the day I was going to dabble out into a pair of shorts. And plus, I did buy the pair of shorts today. So they were $2. I've washed them, don't worry, but they were $2 from a second-hand shop. So I was pretty excited about that because they're my size. It is night in the city. It is what we're capturing here. And we're on a slightly smaller plate than usual, but that's okay. There we go. And appreciate that, Victoria. Guys, there is commissions available. There's a 20-day wait time at the moment, but it's probably more like 27 days now. Originals on the way. And guys, I fully lied to you all yesterday when I said that I was going to have the virtual gallery up. I was planning on it. In my head I wasn't lying, but it's turned out that that was a lie because it's still not up. So I'm sorry about that. That's on me. But I tell you what, in the near future we'll have that up, and I can't wait because the virtual gallery is something I've been excited about for a long time, and I feel like I've been stringing you guys out about it. Will you be having prints of this one? G'day Mark, by the way, good to have you here. There will be prints of this one. There will be. I'm just unsure of what name it will go under yet. But honestly, I've been to New York about 8 times and I've got a soft spot for it. So I'll probably have myself a little New York image myself actually. Probably just an A4 one, guys. An A4 one will do me. I've got 2 A1s, a couple of A3s, and A4 is perfect for me, I think. Also, hello Pink, and hello Steve. Welcome in. Pink, it tells me every time you come on that you're about to lose your subscription benefits. So, let this be my opportunity to say to you, thank you so much for subscribing. You're an absolute champion. And obviously you don't have to subscribe again. I'll still appreciate every moment with you, but be nice if you did. I've been to New York City twice, never Tokyo. Well, this isn't Tokyo, but I like your style. Sunglasses, thanks Belching Betty. That's a fun name. That sounds like a very, very hoppy beer that you get in a craft beer place. The Belching Betty. And I can imagine it's just heavy. Lots of flavour. So I thought it was until you said, yeah, I can see why you'd think Tokyo though. The big pink hill has a Tokyo feelish hill. Big pink wall has a Tokyo feel. Right, here we go. Let me just tell you, this colour here is Chinese blue. I knew it had a unique name. Chinese blue is what this colour is. And I'm not sure why it's called that, but I do love it. This is a great colour blue. Hello Danny, welcome in. Here we go. I've come prepared this time too. I've come prepared. I brought myself a smoothie. So this time, when the going gets tough, Seb doesn't have to run off and get a banana or any food for energy. I can just have my protein shake. Well, it's not a protein shake. It's just yogurt and berries and milk. But it's there for when it's needed. Potassium. We've got a potassium fan in the room. Thanks, Belching Betty. I do like it how the features go on the person. I think that's entertaining. And I heard the most phenomenal thing. In fact, it was so good that I am going to not lose a paintbrush, but I'm going to check this out because I want to share this with you guys. It was so good I wrote it down. Here we go. Here we go. So this was from a book about art, and I wanted to steal it word for word, but I haven't yet. I've just been keeping it for myself because I think it's so accurate. We talk about putting yourself out there, showing the world your art, or showing them your craft, or who you are. Regardless of arts and crafts, an authentic version of you, who you believe you are, to allow other people to be themselves. Like Jim Carrey is an actor who actually went over the top to allow everyone else to be a little bit more relaxed in their own skin. Sorry, reading out this phrase. Any true gesture put out there in the world is bound to please some and displease others. And I love that because I always talk about it in terms of visual art. You know, some people will love this picture, and all I'm talking about when I say that is a 2D surface, and it's really special when, with this phrase, a true gesture. So a true gesture would be something raw, something real, something that makes you, that you're putting out there, is bound to, which is basically saying it's definitely going to please some and displease others. And it was from a book that actually, by an art critic, and what they're basically saying is they were talking about how sometimes when galleries have, an artist who has a really tough time and reviews poorly, it's actually a matter of when and where and how they show the work, because the worst result you can get from an art gallery, the worst result for an artist that should tear you down, is no reaction, ignoring them. This is the scariest of all the reactions. If someone hates it, that's good, because that means out there somewhere is someone who loves it. This is good. Thanks, Felipe. And you can't hear anything I say. Oh no. Honestly, there's two barriers in actually interpreting what I say. The first barrier is, yes, I get excited and I speak too fast. And the second barrier is I make no sense. And so if you can get past the fast-paced nature, there's only another barrier waiting for you, whereby you realise that there's not always a sensible argument forming from what I'm saying. He's just excited about a topic and runs with it. Here we go. Now, Let's get some paint in here, down through here. Little characters in here. Summer camp has been phenomenal. Time for vacation. Perfect, Joe. Perfect. Kicking off vacation with a stream. I love it. Here we go. Just stand back here and look at these blues that we're adding in. How are we looking? How are we looking? So you're saying any reaction is good? Look, some reactions will hurt. Absolutely. But what I'm saying here is that a negative reaction is evidence that somewhere out there, hopefully, there's a positive reaction. Not always, but the idea is beautiful. Did you finish the elephant, Stephen? Not just yet. Not just yet. But we will. I see that being highly likely. I don't think we'll bring it out today though, Stephen, but we'll see. There we go. Down there like that. Hooey, hooey. Y'all insane. Poor old Victoria. Thank you for pinning that. I missed that. Would you ever try the NBC trend? NBC? That reminds me of NPC, the non-playable character in video games. There we are. Click that last little bit there. Perfect. And a little bit there, and a little bit there. Beautiful. Let's actually swap off these colours. Move on some orange and some yellow. That's the plan. Orange first. Orange first. This is just regular, run-of-the-mill orange, which I like. Real lack of complications in this orange here. There we go. Hello from Poland. Welcome. Welcome. And let's see. Oh, this car has some lights here. Let's capture these lights. This excites me. Here we go. Yes, sorry guys, I'm a little screen to the side, so otherwise I put my neck out reading the comments non-stop. A little screen here to read the comments, and then the whole camera there, so that way I can stand here, paint, read, look, paint, read, look, stand, all those things. You want me to repeat that again? I think we got it. There we go. Get in here, just a couple little car lights. Let's grab these ones. Thought it was AI art. Well, if you stand close to it, you'll see an abundance of crazy little brush strokes, which will show you beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are dealing with the wilderness and insanity of the human mind. That's part of the fun. Being close to it. Hello from Indonesia. Whereabouts in Indonesia? I was in Java not too long ago. Very, very good fun. There we go. Sneak this through here. Have you ever created a painting based off your emotions? I think in a small way, every single painting does that. Maybe not as the fundamental theme of the painting, but certainly underlying what makes the painting. Because if that wasn't the case, then how would you know when you looked at a painting that the artist was happy, sad, this or that? I think you can feel that from a good painting. You can know how the artist felt. And I like that. Wales, UK. Hello, Daniel. Welcome. go. Just sneak this in here. Little bits of orange. Teeny tiny bits. Up here. There we go. A little bit more impasto in there. Good way to have it. Is it supposed to be Times Square in New York City? It's not Times Square, I don't think. I think it's a little bit off the beaten trail. But it is New York City. So that's exciting. You're in the right area. It's fun that actually, simply with some strokes, we can look at it and see the feeling of where it's from. I love that. I really do. Someone was asking for a zoom on this piece. Yeah, let's do a zoom. Let's do a quick zoom. Quick zoom. And then I'll get back to adding this colour. Here we go. Alright. It's very, very messy up close. Who's ready for the mess? Okay, we're going to go right in here on the centre of the mess. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. In we go. Absolute mess. That's what we're looking at. Slamming colours and textures over the top of each other, one after the next, non-stop, just trying to capture the moments and colour in the picture. So when we come out, the whole thing gets its overall context. Come out a little bit further. Is that where we were? Were we there? I forget where we were to start with. Is this where we were to start with? I think that's where we were to start with. So it's wild paint all over itself in all directions, and the idea behind that is build up those wild layers, and we can bring in a little bit of definition later in the piece if we want it. We don't actually need it. We can just have fun with it where it currently is. There we go. Put that to there. That minty colour. Yeah. I like a bit of a minty shade. Here we go. Olive green. There we go. Then up through here. You actually did a painting of him for me not too long ago. If you're interested. Is that the bias? Sounds like the bias. I forget. There we go. So close still, can't see the right side of the painting. The right side or the left side? All the sides? It's hard for me to tell too because the camera could be reversed for you guys. You'll know if it's reversed because I'm left-handed. So, if I don't look left-handed, there's your giveaway. The right side is going off the screen for you. Oh no. The right side. Tell you what, how's that? Did I fix it? Can you see the right-hand side? I can on my screen, so I think we might be running the old classic different size phones trick, which is interesting to say the least. Let's go down here. And one thing I've done with this painting, as opposed to the other ones we've done, is I put it up higher. And the reason I put it up higher is the fun effect you get from New York City. So what happens in New York City? Where do your eyes go? If you're in New York City, what are you doing? You're looking down at the ground. You're walking along, looking at the ground. No, you're looking up. There's skyscrapers, there's windows, there's billboards and things like this. So your experience of New York City is this. Wow. Okay? So when we paint the picture, how are we doing it? The picture's up higher, so when we look at it, we're looking up, just like we would as a street person walking down the street of New York City. We're having it up higher to create that effect. That's the goal. And yes, you will have seen similar paintings, because New York City is probably one of the most painted things. So, but I like the fact that it's not a regular street. It's off the beaten trail a little bit. This isn't Times Square. This is one person's image, one person's impression. Went to New York City in 2021, walked everywhere. Yeah, me too. I caught one taxi, and man, they drive fast. We don't do that in New Zealand, we don't drive like that. We're much more chilled. Well, I suppose you have to, otherwise you won't get through intersections, you won't get anywhere. Let me have a look-see here. Little dabs of colour, bit by bit. Now, let's leave it here and across this side. Remember folks, there's lovely people in this chat room. Lots of friendly people, lots of lovely people. So, if we could all be lovely and respectful and appreciate the lovely moderators and respectful to everyone else, can't see what could go wrong. I'm not telling you not to be you. You be you. But try and be nice while you be you. That's all. Let's put this through here. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is New York City. Which, how is New York doing, by the way? I heard about the smoke clouds coming through and things like that. Ghostbuster, Stonewall Bar just now. Fair enough. How is New York doing, by the way, guys? Are we through the smoke clouds that were coming from the forest fires? Or is that ongoing? Someone tell me what the go is. Busy as ever? Yes, I know the place is busy. I know it's a busy place. Splice that into there. Where are we going to go with this? Here we go. What paint do I recommend for varnished wood? As long as you prime the surface, you can get away with whatever you like. If it's varnished, depending on what the varnish is, you might want to sand it back. If you want to keep the varnish, good primer coat over the top, you can get started, should be fine. Cloud's gone, fantastic. This is good news. I'm glad to hear it. Congratulations, I'm so happy your cloud's gone. I hope everyone's safe and sound and getting a big old a lung full of fresh air. What city am I in? I am in. This is Auckland, New Zealand. So Auckland, New Zealand, it's a little place at the very bottom of the southern hemisphere, close but not beside, beside Antarctica actually. We're in the middle of nowhere, and that's how we like it. If you haven't been to New Zealand, we've got lovely nature, and we've got a lot of fantastic hikes. Great coffee. It's not our own style, we copy the Italians. Nothing wrong with that though, it's good. Got lovely people, and got no predators. All the fun things about New Zealand. You're all good. See you later, Victoria. You have yourself a lovely day. There we go. Beautiful. Are you done painting Auckland City? Have I painted Auckland City? I'm following. No, I have not. I've never ever painted Auckland City, but maybe one day. Tell you what, after all my trips to the US, I'm more fascinated with the national parks. The beauty and the awe and their giant, and just their size. We're not used to that here in New Zealand. Named, oh thank you. You going to bed, Wolfgang? I will catch you later. There we go. We might grab another plate and splash around a bit of black. That's going to be a good trick. A little bit of black around this canvas. Here we go. Swap these plates over and see where that can take us. Right. You don't need to convince me of that. I know Canada's got some absolutely incredible landscapes. Been a while since I've been there, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Hello Jay, how we doing? Welcome. Hope everyone's doing well, wherever you are in the world. Man, I'm looking forward to this tube running out. I am shifting my paints a little bit over to these lovely little tubes, which they are more like sauce packets. You don't run out of the paint as easily. And then these ones here, they're great, but man, you need to work for your paint. That much is true. There we go. I'm going to grab some more out of that, or is that all we're going to get? Yeah, that's all we're going to get. Tubes out and fresh brush. Here we are. Perfect. Okay. Yes, they are just like applesauce packets. In fact, I reckon they're food grade in the way they are serviced like that. See that? This colour here is Venetian pink, and you see a little head on it. It's literally like a little sauce packet. So I love these. I love these. Now the particular one I'm using comes with a very light satin in it, and what that means is it has a slight glow to it even before I add in anything special to it. So I like that. Hello Beach, how you doing? There we are. Just a bit of this. The teeniest, tiniest little bit. Make the paint flow nicely. There we go. Beautiful. Hello everyone. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. This is my picture of New York City. And thanks Jason. Appreciate you. Love the support. You absolute champion. Here we go. Let's break down some of those blacks and add some fun in there. I like this. Here we go. Just a bit of this green. See, green's a funny colour to use in New York as well, because we're so used to the intensity of the colours, and then, oh yes, Canadian landscape would absolutely, what's the term these days? Absolutely slap. I'm used to that one. Absolutely hit. There we go. A Canadian landscape would hit. Now I know what's going on. Hey Van, how you doing? Welcome to the room as we paint. Here we go. Where else are we going to go? With a bit of this. There we go. Perfect. Get a bit more wild with these brush strokes. Lose a bit of control. Like I said, we don't need that detail. What we want to capture is wild, moving expression. But I can see from the picture, we do have a bit of a feeling coming into it. Is it enough? I want more. I want more. I want it all. I want you to get a really, with 52 pigments, I want to give you the impression that something's alive in this picture. That there's vitality here. That every time you look, you'll notice something new. Just like New York City. And guys, excuse me, if you have been watching for a while and you like the art, we've got a behind the scenes channel on Discord. I haven't posted today, that's coming, but behind the scenes channel on Discord, you can leap on there via the link in my bio. Wait, no, subscribing via the TikTok. That's right, and it'll give you access to the Discord. The only way to get onto the Discord is subscribing via TikTok. And we would absolutely love to have you there. Hello from the UK, welcome. Tiger, great name. Jason, thank you. And we're just blowing it up with a bunch of the greens. If you want to see some finished artwork, this one's not finished. Finished artwork is via the link in my bio. There's prints, and there's, what else is there? Originals. If you miss out on a live stream, they are on YouTube. Lost it for a moment there. YouTube. And there we go. You want to catch me on Instagram? That's cool too. Whatever social media, pick your poison. It is a bit like that though, pick your poison. I have been getting more and more, I've been liking not Instagram, TikTok, not so TikTok, what's it called? Twitter. I've been liking Twitter. The idea of posting a tweet that then people can retweet and like resharing, talk to, reply to. It's quite dynamic. But anyway, thanks Jay, you absolute champion. That helps. That helps a lot. Here we go. Bit of that there. This part here, it's a bit there. Hello Silver Oceans, and hello Chris. It's a wild picture for... I think I understand what that is, Chris. It's like a face. There we go. A little bit in there. And then a little bit down here. Perfect. Hello, mountain sky. There we go, down there. There. There we go. Perfect. Have you noticed any differences in your work since you started streaming? It's a great question. I think it does require me to ask more questions about my work. So my work has developed and changed, does that. As an artist, your artwork should always be doing that. But, or not, depends what you're into. For me, I believe my art should always be doing that. It's changed on TikTok because I get asked questions. And since I get asked questions the whole time, it makes you answer the questions for starters, but it'll change the way in which you answer. You'll have to think about the same question multiple times. If you've answered the same question 30 times, what happens to your opinion? You start to question it every time you answer it until you get quite a thorough understanding of actually the context behind each question, why it matters, why it's being asked. And inevitably, that eventually changes the answer. I think it's helped me better understand myself as an artist, certainly. So, I think having live feedback, live conversation, and live scrutiny has been an absolute game changer for me in terms of my craft. But look, it's not, I'm still using paint, I'm still using canvases. A lot of things haven't actually changed all that much. Just getting this set up here. There we go. Sorry guys, my phone was about to die. Can't have my phone die when it's taking a time lapse. Yeah, that is the advantage of lives, the fact that you can get immediate feedback. Sometimes all you need to hear is that, hey, you're doing great, keep it up. And other times you do need to hear, that's terrible, he should quit. Both those things are equally as important as each other. Good art is made, what was the saying? Good art is like a shuttlecock. For it to go up, it has to be hit at both ends. I think that's the phrase. But Yeah, I like it all. There we go. It's terrible, you need to quit. There we go. Thanks, Eves. But see now, Eves, I know I provoked you, so it's not fair. You need to do it off the cuff. When I look at the screen, I'm expecting a wholesome question, and then I look at it and someone just fires a shot. And also, even though you say it, I don't believe you this time. Don't believe you this time. And the reason I don't believe you is I like this one. I really like this one. But sometimes a painting can be in a spot where you're not sure what direction it's going in. And when someone says they don't like it, it can be just the thing that you're like, oh no, I don't like it either. I'm making a mistake by being here. How will I fix this? But, so you're all good, Eves. Unless you really don't like it, in which case I'm sorry. I used to try and make paintings that would please everyone, and I failed miserably. You can't make a painting that everyone will like. Don't believe it's possible. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I doubt that I'll be the person to make it. I'll make paintings that make some people fall in love, and some people despise them. That's okay. I prefer to avoid the despise part, but I'm coming to think more and more that it's necessary. Let me jump in here. Dun 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 dun. Let me have a look-see here. What is this here? Your favourite subject to paint, or do you paint anything? Do you have a favourite subject to... Blah. Oh, I'm following now. My favourite subject to paint is... everything. Got no preference. I love water, I love reflections, so this area down here is a soft spot for me because it's a reflection on the wet concrete of the rest of the city. But water and reflections are typically my go-to. They are my favourite. There we go. I just love how you play with colour. Yeah, I love colour. If it wasn't for colour, I wouldn't paint. I can't see myself as a full-time charcoal fanatic. There we go. And then this window here, this is black. There we are. What's my least used colour? Honestly, I know I just slammed this painting with it, but green probably. Just because, not because I don't like green, but because I always prefer to be using pink and blue. I typically default to these two, as you can see through here, because of the power the colours have. So green typically falls on the wayside or comes in as an afterthought in my paintings. Unless we're like, yo, this painting is gonna be a green one. Until we have that distinctive thought, green only comes in this case here, as an underlying colour. Hello, Angela. How you doing? Go. Let's get this in here. This colour I'm currently using around these greens is Mars Black. So it's just overlapping with the green, playing with it. It's all good. Come in there and have some fun. Just like that. Perfect. And then over here. Fantastic. What do you think about Cubism? Oh, and Rose, this one is not for sale. I am so sorry. This painting here has already been taken. It started taken. So this one is a commission. It's a commission. The photo was taken by someone in New York City. They're not from New York City, but it is owned. And so it was so. But there will be prints of it available. Excuse me, I'm just going to have a little quarter cup here. Just a sneaky little quarter cup. And I might just have some of this, and some of this. Yeah, be careful with the black though. Black is so powerful and so it tries so desperately to define things that by using black, the definer, you can overpower everything else in the image. So much so that people say avoid black, but I love black. I'll use it the first layer, the last layer, middle layer, I don't really mind. I'm a ginger, there is hope for us yet. Ginger, hope for you yet. I'm not ginger, but I would have thought Ed Sheeran did everything you could possibly want, right? Like, what more did you want? I feel like he did it. Plus, he's an incredible guy. Like, everything to favour Ed Sheeran. I use dark purple instead. There we go. Someone's dodging black. Don't get me wrong, I get it. I totally get it. And I'm using Mars black, so it's not even true carbon. True carbon's in the bottom of the picture, but this carry-on that we were doing around here, this is literally just Mars. Mars is like weak black. It's like a mid-grayish black colour. It's really not the is it even black? Mars black's like a dark grey, to be fair. Let's have a look-see here. But we're going to add some blue through the Mars black, which is on my other plate, I think. Here we go. Get a lump of that colour, and get a lump of that colour. Perfect. Drop that down there. Deborah Biese. Hey Maria, how you doing? That's pretty exciting. Don't know what you're saying, but it looks nice, and I'm sure you're a lovely person. Dearie me. I have been thinking more and more about the conversation we had the other day too. We talked good evening. Oh, cheers, Jay. Appreciate that. Love adding undertones to black, yes. And if you get transparency gels, like, heck, this isn't transparency gel, this is a gloss medium. But if you mix this through a bunch of regular colours and then do sheens over black, you can have black with the depth of, jeepers, easily 5 pigments, but you could go right up to 32s if you wanted to. Just all these sheens and layers through the black. That's what Duck Dive was. It was a very, very dark picture that started with a very, very black coat, which then, from that, the other colours pulled out of. So sorry, going back to what I was saying there, leading with intention. We were talking about that the other day in terms of when you paint and the work you make, and just everything you do in your life. And I haven't had any new thoughts on it, but I've been thinking about it because I feel like we go through a lot of our lives not leading with enough intention. Like, what's an example? I did a pretty good job actually today. I went op shopping briefly because I needed some more plates. This is a brand new plate, by the way. I love it. It's actually not technically the regular plates I use because it doesn't have that base on the bottom, but it's rounded enough that it grips nicely. So big fan of the plate. But I went in there, I didn't get distracted. I got checked for shirts, found this shirt, checked for plates, grabbed the plates. I was in and out within 2 minutes. 2 minutes, that's a lie. I was in and out in 5 minutes. I think that's important because that means I had a purpose, I led with intention, I got it sorted. And I think a lot of the time, if you paint without intention, you can get lost and end up doing coat after coat and layer after layer, wondering when it might be finished, but not understanding what you're actually looking for. And if you have a clear idea in your head when you start a painting, what are you looking for? Are you looking for likeness? Are you just a robot vessel that's trying to get you from A to B to achieve a likeness of a subject, you know, the same way a camera does, except you want to use more rudimentary tools? Or are you seeking to capture some vitality on a canvas, regardless of how abstract or realistic it looks? You want to capture some love, some happiness, or some vitality on a surface, or sadness, or uplifting, or a feeling of spring, or winter, or summer, or whatever it might be. What's your intention when you first start? Figure it out, and it makes it much, much easier to know when you're actually approaching the finish line. I think that's important. I think that's the reason why artists don't know where the finish line is when a piece is finished, because we're so tied up without knowing why we even started. Sorry, how long have I been painting for? Tiger? A long time. Jeepers. Since I had little painting kits in front of me from about the age of 3 from my mother, and non-stop since then, really. Coming back up here, I saw one. Rosie, when did I start knowing I liked art? That's the same question. It's the same question because I started knowing I liked art when I was... I was saying this yesterday, when I was about 3. And it was about 3 because not only did I start knowing I liked art at that stage, I was already thinking that, man, it'd be pretty cool to be an artist when I grow up. And I did admit to cheating. Yesterday. I cheated because I went through a period of wanting to be a dinosaur scientist and a rock scientist. But those were only flings. I came back to art. Your art reminds me of Paul Signac and Van Gogh. Yeah, it'll have elements of that. A little bit of Monet. But it tries to be its own thing. I try to just... The only things that actually govern the style is I want to use rudimentary tools. I want to use a paintbrush. I want to use a plate. I want to use the coloured liquid of paint. I don't want to spray. Sometimes a spray can, is lovely, but I like the feeling of paint. I like it splashing on a canvas. I like a surface, a 2D surface. I wouldn't paint a ball. I might paint a ball, but I mean, I like the fact that it's a flat 2D surface. I like the plate with coloured liquid on it, and I love the brush. The whole experience of that rudimentary process is engaging for me. So, I like that. But I might change my mind on that. I can't see myself using a tablet though. There's something about, it's quite raw, I think that's what I'm trying to say. Is your style of art expensive? Sophia, is this style of art expensive? Well, on me or the client, because you do spend money on brushes, you do spend money on paint, and you do spend money on canvases. Those are 3 costs you wouldn't have if you were a digital artist, because you just plug in your iPad and go. I know it's not always that simple, but after you've bought your stylus pen and your tablet to do your work on, after that, it's all you, baby. But with painting, you always need to buy a new canvas, a new surface, new tools to apply to that surface. And provided they're not bringing out new technology to paint on, to draw on with stylus pens, etc., which I suppose they are, should work out to your favour. That question gets asked a lot. And you know what? The answer is acrylics. And you ask that probably because you've seen both acrylics and oils, and you look at this and you're like, that is behaving like oils. Why does it... Is it oils or is it acrylics? It looks like it's oils, but it doesn't fully feel like oils. Because he's not being blown away by the fumes. It's acrylics mixed in with a whole bunch of special gels. I've got this one. This is similar to like a non-yellowing PVA that you can mix through the paint. and you get like a satin effect. This one here, fast drying as well. This is a gloss medium. This one's medium speed drying, but also adds that gloss transparency sheen to it. And this one here is a primer and extender. So I don't use it to prime, but it does extend paint further and change the bada bing bung boom viscosity. What's viscosity? Big long word, and I always get told you should never use big long words because if short words can do it, why confuse anyone? Viscosity is a great word though. It's about the actual, the substance of a liquid, how it actually works, affects. So this one here, this one's a sloppy one. That's a thinner viscosity. This one here, that's a thicker one. That's a thicker viscosity. Think about if you've ever been to a bar before. If you have been to a bar, fantastic. In those bars, they might have had shots. If you've ever seen a Midori shot with Bailey's on top, and how the two liquids stay separate, so the milky liquid stays on top, and the Midori goes to the bottom, you may have seen it in all sorts of different forms. But that there's an example of viscosity, because those two liquids remain separate. Now, you can have the same effect on a canvas. One of the fun ways you can do it is not with viscosity, but with oil paints to water paints. I suppose it is viscosity. With oil paints to water paints, acrylic paints, you can paint them both on the canvas at once. Everyone says don't do that. Trust me, it's pretty cool. If you do that, the oils and acrylics won't mix, and so you can blend with your acrylics and blend with your oils, and you can have effects where your oils, as black can be, hit acrylics, which are as white can be, and they just run into each other without mixing. They sort of just turbulently go over the top of each other. Really, really fun, because normally what would happen if you use oils or acrylics is the blacks would just overpower everything in their intentions to define what you're doing. So. I missed a few comments there, guys. Sorry, I went off on a rant. Basically, I like using acrylics and oils at the same time. Haven't done it in a little while because, oh my lord, it is messy, but it's fun. Crazy Gay Uncle, love you to bits. An absolute pleasure to have you back here. You absolute legend. And Nadia, welcome to the team. Lovely to have you. Jeremy, sorry, did he just say I was walking my fish? I didn't. I'm confused. I didn't say that, but can you walk a fish? I suppose if you were determined enough. Nadia, thank you very much. I'm glad you love this painting. This is a picture of New York City. We're going to capture it in all these wild, crazy colours. At the moment, we're adding expression into the picture and sacrificing definition in favour of it. Thanks, Peace. Viscosity to me is the traits of a liquid, thin, thick, or opacity. Does it include the opaque nature of it? Or is it becoming transparent or opaque? Is that a byproduct of the having a very, very thin viscosity? I forget. Ever been to New York City, Nadia? I have. And you live 6 miles from Tyler 3. That's fun. Tyler 3. Tyler 3. Here we go. Dot this around here. Little smears. Hello, Gabriel. Alright. Let's spat this around here. There we go. And then there's a little bit of this. This is again coming back into that mild blue colour. But it's not as soft as the previous blue, or as hard as the one we originally started with. Hello, Danny, Michigan. Welcome from Michigan, Danny. And I used a flower for my small painting craft. Yep, I love that. Love from the UK. Thanks, Nadia. And Crazy Gay Uncle. Thanks for the shooting stars. You absolute legend. Now. There we go. So there's still a lot of canvas texture in this picture. And probably, if you valued it up right now, in terms of colours we've used. I've gone through about 20 pigments. So when I say pigments, I mean different colours. Kiwi. Cheers, crazy uncle. I love the Kiwis. Pigments are unique colours themselves. When we talk about Venetian red, or pink, or cerulean blue, or aquamarine blue, that's a pigment. One-off colour, there's the hue, that's what it is. Usually it's hues, they're not so much shades, sometimes they're shades, but I typically try and get just the hues. Now, there's about, if I said 32, that's a huge exaggeration. There's not 32 in this picture. There's about 16 different pigments in it at the moment. We need to get it to 45. That's going to be the end game. That many colours will actually allow us to see the depth and the craziness and the vibrant, bubbling nature of New York City. To always see something new. No one's going to be painting New York City with only 2 colours. This is outrageous. It can't be done. That's pretty exciting. Someone's asking to join the live, but I've never seen them before. It's too high risk. I'm sure she's lovely. What is the day? It is 1:44 today here in New Zealand. And while it's 1:44, we're not far off saying we're in the right place with this picture. Crazy uncle, you're an absolute legend. Appreciate the love and appreciate the support. Sending it right on back. There we go. 2 colours. It could be a challenge, Taylor. It could be. But I'm far more inclined to say that actually New York City needs every single colour to capture its personality. However small, but somewhere in it. The astronaut's fun, eh, Jennifer? And thanks for seeing this hard, Babette, sharing the live, Steve. I really appreciate that. I appreciate anyone, guys, who comes in here, likes, shares, follow. You can give gifts, whatever is your way of doing things. I've had some people who come in here, and what they do is they put it there and go, oh, he's on, that's fantastic, hopefully he doesn't drop a plate. And they put me there live and just fall asleep. I love that too. Whatever your way of showing support is, I dig it, you do it, I'm a huge fan. If you did want to become a subscriber, you can join up, get access to the Discord. There'll be, I haven't posted it just yet, a 10% off code for prints, and there's 4 prints about to get uploaded. They're on the way. Willow, this is New Zealand. So, if you're not on Discord, let me welcome you onto Discord. Otherwise, you do your thing. Because just like we talk about here, you need to do you. And if doing you means not following me, then I totally get it, and I encourage that 100%. It's like that. If you love something, set it free. Yes, sorry guys, I am a Kiwi. You are talking to a Kiwi. So we seem very similar to Australians, and we sort of are. Dane, see you, Dane, this is what I'm talking about. I love that, you know. And Zaina, welcome. Thank you so much for subscribing. You absolute legend. I love you to bits. Thanks, Jennifer. Jennifer, that is a very funky profile pic. Is that Barbie? I like it. There we go. I haven't been to see the new Barbie movie yet, but I've heard good things. I've heard it's actually deeper than what you'd expect. Like challenging with some themes. Which doesn't surprise me. Like, it's the sort of film you go into and it wants to surprise, like, it's like, hey, everyone's expecting this, let's surprise them with some curveballs. It's my Sugar Plum Fairy illustration from last Christmas. Alright. Alright. I like it. Alicia, thank you very much. I'm having a fantastic day. And it's lovely of you to say so. Especially for a Kiwi, because for us, like I say, our accents, some of the world like it. Americans typically find our accents quite funny, but a lot of the world hear our accents and go, well, they're just robots. Thanks, guys. So, not that I mind that. I think if AI was going to have a favourite if AI was going to have a favourite country, they're going to like New Zealand. You're like, well, AI, chatbot GBT, why do you like New Zealand so much? Oh, I can really understand them quite well, you know? There's no trouble listening to the accent. Because we sound like robots. Maybe. Here we are. There we go. Off the edge there. How are we looking? Robot, yeah. The first joke that came out about that was from Flight of the Conchords, if you ever saw it, where Brett and Jermaine were getting accused of sounding like robots. Now, Jermaine definitely has a robotic accent in terms of Kiwis, but robotic accent in terms of Kiwis, but yeah, point still stands. And Taylor, that's lovely. I hope he was a real sweetheart. I'm sure it has a lot to do with Peter Jackson too. Peter Jackson? Might do. Oh, Peter Jackson. Man, he did a good job with those Lord of the Rings movies. If you've ever gone back and watched those recently, they aged quite well. They aged quite well. There we go. Lord of the Rings, man. Peace. That is an absolutely lovely thing to say. Now this picture here, Peace, is a commission. It's not going to be available. But, if you do want a piece of art, there's a link in the bio. There's a commission form you can fill out. There's about at the moment, it's about a 27-day wait, just because we had an extra 1 or 2 recently. So I know it says 20 days on Instagram. I need to change that. It's about 27 days. And there's prints available. Limited edition prints, which I love to bits. So if you do love this work, it'll be available in print form, which I think is pretty cool. There we go. How do you decide what to paint next? A lot of the time, someone else will come to me with their inspiration and say, I have this picture, I have this idea, I have this inspiration. Sometimes they come with an image and they say, I've got this image, I'd love to see this turned into this. Sometimes they come to me with a whole series of images and say, this is my inspiration, this is my idea, can you get that, hone it, concentrate it, and fire it onto a canvas? And I say, yep, that's cool too. And then the other one that comes to me is, I want this, but I don't have any pictures for it, I just know what I want it to sort of be. And that's really fun too, whether that be a landscape, whether that be a scene, whether that be a person, that's how we do that. A hem, yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's good though. That's really fun. All those things are great. Not often. Now I need to realise too, we're not taking every commission out there. They have to fit, and so provided you're coming into it with inspiration, because that allows me to bounce off your inspiration and feed off it, almost parasitically, to be honest, to take inspiration off you to make your piece a reality, but also, depending on the piece, not all pieces are perfect for my style. I may look at it and say, that's actually, the 2 things can happen. First thing, that's better as a photo, so I don't believe I can capture something that the photo missed. The photo is just too good. And then Second step is to say, I don't think I'm the right artist. I can capture from it, but I know someone who can do it from this particular, in this particular instance, even better than me. So it doesn't happen often, but we do it. Where in pictures? Where in pictures? I'm not following. What's where in pictures? Where in pictures? Like me and you? Could be. There we go. Get a bit more wild with these colours. What other colours I'm going to chuck in here? Probably going to grab some little bit of white off this other tray. Here we go. A little bit of this, mix it in here. There we go. Let's get that deeper green. It's wild, naughty. New York City. Well guessed, Jordan. It's a street on New York City. It just has that vibe to it, which I'm really liking. The fact that people are looking at it and in a small way seeing, like, is that New York City? Because it's pretty messy up close. It's pretty wild, it's pretty messy, it's pretty dotty. The fact that you're seeing New York, I love that. Xena. Yes, the paintings do sell. There's currently no originals available. That will be changing in the very near future. As I've had some time to make some originals. And I'm pretty happy with them. They're pretty special. They're variable, they're all very different, but they're really, really fun. So that's incoming. But in the interim, if commissions are off the table for you, or you have an idea, or you love what's already been made, there's work available as limited edition prints. So that's there too. Thanks, Jordan. Jordan Fabio, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Oh, and I saw that name come in. JEC. JEC. I've got something to show you guys. JEC missed it the last 2 days. I have it over here. Let me bring this out for you. JEC. Heather, how you doing? You recognise this, JEC? This is a work in progress, but we've got a Canadian landscape coming into form here. So the colours right now are very intense, so when we start adding more and more white washes over the top, they'll tone back, but still, the Canadian landscape's never just pure white. There's these underlying beautiful colours hiding in there. So I turn it a little bit so you can see on that horizon line, that texture building up in those trees. Love this one. Anyway, I'm going to put this one over here. Cheers, JC. I told you that one day we're going to grab one of your phenomenal landscapes and turn it into paint. And that day approached. Now, we're not done yet though, we're on the process. Now, also, I planned. I thought, if I get hungry during the stream, what am I going to do? Am I going to run away and make some food, or I'm going to bring it with me? Made myself a shake. That's awkward. I made it really thick. It only just pours. Vernon, you're an absolute legend. Thank you very much. Always lovely to have you here, Vernon. Popping by for a little. Hope you have a great weekend. Hey, Ash. Yeah, it wasn't a regular cowboy thing to be holding a not a protein shake, a smoothie with a cowboy hat on. I'm not sure many cowboys had smoothies. I'm not sure they're that much into their, what do they call them? Fruit ninjas? No. NutriBullets. I like a NutriBullet. Get some yogurt, get some frozen berries, get some, what else? Yogurt, frozen berries, sometimes maybe some milk, almond, oat milk. I like date syrup. A little bit of something sweet. When can you paint? Well, I'm not a face painter, nor am I a body painter. I always like canvas. Canvas is my thing. Here we go. There we are. Looking for the subtle details. Looking at those, thanks Jordan. Looking for those subtle details in the buildings. Yeah, so wild brush strokes everywhere. When you're up close to it, it's going to look primal and wild and cascading and messy. But then when you come away, the further you come away from it, the more you start noticing that actually, wow, okay, there's something happening here. There's this building and all these lights and all this chaos here seems to somehow reflect in the wet concrete here. So arguably the area, if I was going to put more attention in anywhere, it would go into this part here. What you'd consider to be needed space, not important, off to the side, that's where the most attention needs to go, because that, in just this small little area, is going to represent and reflect all of that. I'd love to do Yosemite. I'd love to do Yosemite. The next state, actually, I wanted to do was either Utah or Wyoming. Something like that. That would be quite fun. Utah, Wyoming, Santa Fe, the Treasure State. What else have we done? We're doing New York City. We've done a few massive sites in New Zealand. Yeah, I think the next stage is to go back to the wilderness. Yellowstone. That should be the next one. Yellowstone. I love that. Yes, this one's not available as a print, obviously, because we're still painting it though. But there are prints available, and there is more on the way, which is pretty fun. There we go, that can come in here. Perfect. Dun, 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 dun. Sneak down in here. And then all the way down in here. Get these little bits of detail. Get them bouncing over each other. Just like that. There we are. And go around the sides of that canvas too. Perfect. How did you just upload? I think I had one upload this morning at 12 AM, and then Veronica, I had, rather than uploading two at the same time, I set the other one to be 6 hours after. I forget. But that'll be why one's just come up on YouTube while I'm here. I hope you enjoy. Hello Sam, welcome. And Stacey, you absolute champion. As always, thank you so much for sharing Left Live. How long have I been painting today? How long have I been painting today? I've only really just started, to be honest. Having little strokes over this piece. We're going to pause there on our New York landscape though. We're making good ground. It's good, it's good. But now we need those little droplets to dry so we can come over with some more softer colours, transparent colours. But this is going in exactly the right direction. It's fun, it's good, it's everything we want from it. this is right. Let's pull this one down. There we go. There we go. I see what's happening here. So just come up here like this. There we are. That goes on there. Not for today, but many years. Oh, and thanks, Jay Rodriguez, Protection in the Live, and Bear, you both champions. Not for today. So I've been painting since I was about 3. Painting a lot. Painting a lot. There we go. So there's our picture right now. I'll just tilt it around there a little bit so you can see the textures that are building up. So part of this is the layering, not just the actual surface itself, but when you sit on different angles, it wants to catch the light differently, so you'll see different textures. That's what's going on there. Anyway, down with this one. We're going to grab number 2. And this one we can be a bit more wild with. This one is quite a unique picture. It is our portrait. Now I'm going to show you the reference shot for this one, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit tough to see in these earlier layers. In these early, wild, crazy layers. But it's going to make sense. Here we go. Now, I haven't shared the... no, I did, didn't I? I shared a reel on this one being made. This one here, yes, very interesting. I've got the picture for it over here. Where is it? Just over here. Here we are. Bear in mind, it's a little bit screwed up because I had it in the wind, but it's still going to work perfectly. So here is our picture. So we have a man with glasses, and he's on the floor laughing with a white wedding dress covering most of his body. And this picture, it's very interesting. We've got a white background here, most of the background's white, and this corner here is black. It's a very interesting shot, actually. We talk about compositional elements, it's got a lot. So we've got this amazing flowing wedding dress, we've got this dark black corner already established, and then we've got these big saturated colours that'll actually layer on top of each other, be a wild group of colours, but all be matching tones, different hues, same tone. So background will flatten with this wild kaleidoscope of hues. Character here will slowly start coming out, although the character themselves here, they'll be a little bit dark, seeping into that background. You'll see very little difference in the tone between the character and the background. And our job, our main job, is to capture the kaleidoscope of colours that can be found in this dress. Across the entire painting, of course, but in this dress. Really, really important. Because the picture's the picture's not black and white, the picture's got colour, but it doesn't have the intensity of the colours, the huge spectrum. How many hues? We're probably going to land about 32 all through here. All this. And then, yeah, we're going to have some real fun in the background. Real fun. And I like this. This will be our little pocket down here. Our pocket of negative space. Let me just see here real quick before I continue. There we go. Now, let's get this, put this back up on the stick here. That'll stay. It's a perfect place for it. Ideal. Move that to there, and then perfect. That there like that. Now, first colour off the ranks, same colour we've been using, it's going to be our New Zealand Xena. And also love, really put emotion to feel it, yes. So hopefully, the plan here, kaleidoscope of colours in the wedding dress, and then joy, happiness, he's laughing, a bit of fun behind that, all these little aspects we want to capture in this picture. This is a tangata whenua tāne. This is a, is he? Man who's a person of the land. He might be. But he might seem like it as it sort of progresses up into him. We'll see. We will see. Okay, we're going to get some of these shapes better defined with this green. I'm using green too because I feel like as this painting progresses, it's going to be the colour that I leave out. Not intentionally, I just tend to do that. I see a cat person, great start. Great start. There we go. There we are. Sneak that around there. There we are. So this is a face here, but we're not going to put too much time into the face until we've given that same amount of time to the surrounding areas, the wedding dress and all these little details. What would be the mood for this painting? This is a happy one. So he's laughing. He's not in endless joy. He's laughing. He's just happy. I think it's his aunt's wedding dress, and it's a few sizes too big, and so he's put it on, and he's laughing at the idea of the current situation. And so, more than anything else, we want to capture that laughter. It wants to go, at the moment, we've done some quite dark colours, so it feels darker, but as we add more layers on, it should start to lighten up, get happier. If I'm doing tangata whenua paintings, well, that's fantastic, Craig. I appreciate the gesture. There we are. Let's swap this plate over now. There we go. There we go. No music as a background. No, you just get me. You just get me. Although you're always welcome to put on music yourselves, but I think it's actually arguably a more inclusive environment that we've all got other devices, speakers, Otherwise, you'll have to put up with my country music and you'll be like, you know what? I want to listen to what's being said, but I don't like Seb's music. Whereas, like this, you can go, right, I'd like to watch Seb paint to some improvised jazz today. I should invite you guys to see my, hey hoo hoo. This is a commission, and the man who it's commissioned for is the man in this painting, which is pretty fun. Jazz, yeah. I should invite you all to my playlists, and that way you can choose whichever playlist you liked. But I mean, there's no wrong kind of music. If you like it, play it over the top. It's absolutely fine. This is a beautiful blue. You love country. Good. Same boat. Same boat. I like Kit Moore. Kit Moore is my favourite country artist. He just has that country husk. I can't get enough of it. It's like when he sings love songs, they feel less whiny and more just authentic, real cowboy, kind of compelling. Jay Smith, thank you. There we go. And so what you're seeing right now is the earliest layers of what this painting will look like. And as we do coat after coat, start to see a face, a person, a body, a dress, an identity, feeling, a moment. But you don't get it from the start. You have to build it. One layer at a time. Blake Shelton. I can get on board with Blake Shelton. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like that song, Old Red. And Boys Around Here. God Gave Me You. But I'm not listening to the newest songs. I like the old traditional ones. And it's okay if you don't like country music too, guys. Don't worry. This is still a space for you. But I'm a sucker. Guys. I'm a sucker for an old school love song. I don't so much get on board with the breakup songs, but I love it when a country artist just says exactly how he feels and lays it out here. He says, listen up, these are the facts. You've got to get on board with a guy who does that. Got to get on board with a guy who does that. How about Fleetwood Mac and Stevie Nicks? Of course, of course. Everyone loves Fleetwood Mac. Even more now after Guardians of the Galaxy, I reckon. There you go. Dane's on board. Of course I like Toto from Africa. That was what a recent reel was made out of. And Dolly Parton. A little bit of a while since I listened to Dolly Parton, but I'm not quite a Dolly and Conway kind of guy. Don't get me wrong, I'll listen to it. It's not my bread and butter. I'm probably more of a Willie Nelson kind of guy. I love Willie Nelson. Billy, oh, Anne-Marie. Speaking my language, Anne-Marie. Speaking my language. Billy Currington, one of my favourite songs of all time, is Pretty Good at Drinking Beer. I love that song and I love the video clip. If you haven't watched it, Anne-Marie, go watch it. pretty good at drinking beer. Now, the reason why I love... You've seen me off on a rant now. Go watch Pretty Good at Drinking Beer, because I love how he's a really nice guy. He's getting bullied, beaten up a little bit by the other guy who's got the girl, and then he goes to a party and they're playing beer pong, and his mate demands he comes along to the party. He wasn't going to go, and his mate makes him play beer pong, and he absolutely destroys the bully and gets the girl. So the reason why that makes me excited, not the beer pong, not the party, is I just like it when the nerd, or the good guy, I like it when the good guy gets the girl. And that's what happens in that movie. So, Pretty Good at Drinking Beer. Big fan. Big tick from me. You just got a gold star from me, Anne-Marie. That is, aside from Kit Moore, Billy Currington, and then in terms of breakup songs, I know I said I like the old school love songs, but I do have a soft spot for Love Done Gone, and he's got one other one. No, I'm getting mixed up with Gary Allen there. But Love Done Gone is a fantastic one. It's like a breakup song or a sad love song, but it's so bouncy, so happy. It's, yeah. Not that he's happy. You have to listen to it. Love Done Gone. And hello, Jade. This is an interesting one. We're doing a wild one. This is the one the most recent reel was on. Now we're just fleshing out the colours, adding in that kaleidoscope of detail, kaleidoscope of colours, but sort of constructing more of the detail. Because you'll see that although it's pretty wild, we want to get this formation of the dress coming in here now. So that's the next step. Hello TX, welcome in. And we're just going to keep sliding through here. There we go. Best song ever. Yes, Billy has a way of turning bad situation. I'm not sure if it was if he turned it into a good thing, but it was sort of like I think it starts by saying, "Don't worry, baby, sometimes things change." I think what's cool about it is it feels like she was the one who cracked it off with him, but it's his song, and so he's not grieving or he didn't, dump someone, but it's wholesome. It's yeah, Love Done Gone. Is that the way it works though? Is that the way it works with love? Your partner, the one you care about, the one you're committed to? Is love just done gone, or did you stop putting in the effort? Isn't that exactly how friendships change and die? Sometimes we've got a close friend or someone we care about, and then, we're ride or die, we're going to hang out with this person forever. You and me, bro, or you and me, we're the best of friends. And then all of a sudden, over years, suddenly you're not spending time with them, hanging out with them. What happened? Oh, we changed schools. Oh, we moved to different locations. Oh, he got a family. Okay. Alright, because when you said you were going to be friends forever, you didn't put those little clauses in there. So, did you stop caring or did you stop trying? Here we go. Here's the picture, just for you, Jade. There we are. So, we're starting in black and white, and then we'll move on to the colour of the image. But we have this giant wedding dress, a character in black rimmed glasses laughing, and we're going to capture it in a kaleidoscope of colours. Ah, yeah, I see what you're saying, Anne-Marie. The spin on it, it's all good. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. Dane. Thanks, Dane. It's a unique picture. It's a very, very unique picture. It's part of the reason why I'm going to have a lot of fun capturing it. because of all the wild colours in it that we're going to add into it, because it's a subject matter you don't usually run into every day. It's not like you open your Instagram and you see this photo. And so there's an amazing element to this photo of intrigue. And if we can capture it with happiness, kaleidoscope's a fantastic word. It rolls off the tongue so nicely. And thanks, Hannah, but you could. One of the key things to painting like this is not talent, but actually not judging yourself and remembering to enjoy yourself. I can show you paintings before and after I had that little personal epiphany, and they are entirely different. So, learn to love. Learn to love. There we go. Cheesy as it is. God, you can judge yourself sometimes though. About things you can say to yourself inside your own head. Like, you can really psych yourself out of doing anything. It's crazy. You could have been doing something for however many years. You could be I don't know, 5 years of experience doing something. And then you're in a monologue and come in there, tell you you're terrible at it. And wildly enough, sometimes we even listen to that and be like, yeah, I can't dance, I can't paint, I can't sing, I can't run, I can't do the gym, I'm not very good in social situations. How can your inner monologue be so powerful as to do that? And if it is that powerful, my God, you need to get that thing under control. Not you personally, but you as a human being with a brain, with an inner monologue, with a subconscious. It's time to get that on lock. And if you can get it on lock, you can get control. Control over how you feel in a positive way. In a positive way. Speaking of positivity, orange. Ooh, it's not just straight orange, it's red orange. That's fun. That is very fun. I didn't realise that when I first got it out. And then, deep magenta. This is going to be a fun one. Here we go. And last but not least, of this little colour set that we're bringing out, is going to be our light violet. So it's sort of, could you call them primaries? No, you couldn't, but there's a floral style to these colours. Is there any way to hide a chat text? I don't think so. I'm not smart enough on TikTok. Oh yes, yes, the old swippity swappity. Yes. If it's all over the screen, that's how you do it. Here we go. Greetings from Colombia. Welcome. Or you could do me a favour, because I'd appreciate you so much, and just keep tapping the screen. Everyone's like, I know what he's doing. Naughty, naughty. If you haven't figured it out, tapping the screen makes it like, which is fun. Which is pretty fun. Adds likes. And Lauren, something about Bob Ross. I've got time for Bob Ross. I've got time for Bob Ross because his intentions was just to spread a little bit of love. And I can get behind a guy who, his core value, his goal with this whole process is just to get some more love out there in the world. I can really get on board with that. It's so wholesome. And you don't see any hidden agenda, no wild card. Yeah, it's a show. So yeah, it's filmed for profit, but it's a show because he's trying to get a wholesome message out there. And you know what? I sort of feel like he nails it. Jeepers. Yes, we love Bob Ross. Perfect. What a legend. This is not the devil, but as we add more fun colours, I think we'll see more fun. I think it's this dark patch down here. I'll work on that and alter that. When you see these big dark patches and big red patches, you're like, negative. But that was just the colours we were using to start. So please allow me to slowly tone them back. Get these colours up high. Or else, here we go, just in here. How do I stay so joyful? Honestly, how do I stay so joyful? It is a great question. I stay joyful because painting is what I love to do. This is my thing. Some people feel joy when they get to fly a plane. Some people feel joy when they get to snowboard. Some people feel joy when they're reading a book, surfing. Whatever it is that makes you feel joy, my place of joy is a place that I'm sharing with you right now. My place of joy is when I'm painting. And on top of that, it's when I'm painting the way I love to paint, which is a raw way, which is a wild way, which is less controlled by paint by numbers and more just, dare I say it, just go with it. And I call that paint by chaos. Yeah, there are elements of architecture, like blueprinting that we sort of structure into it, colour matches, little pockets of things, but on the whole, I love this. Because the way we add these colours, and the picture we come up with, and the people who love it, we are just exercising pure freedom in the colours that we add onto a surface. So that's pretty special. Pretty special for me. It's a little world I can lose myself in. Am I Leo? I was born in January. Born in January. There we go. Let's add this in here. Start to, just because it's the background, this is what I'm talking about, this kaleidoscope of hues. Gonna make this background go crazy. Okay, more orange. I love orange. If it comes to being happy, we're talking about a happy familiar colour. I feel like orange is the ticket. So let's make happy and familiar a thing. There we go. You just turned 30. I turned 30 in January. Yes, I did. So, any advice for a 20-year-old? Yeah, I've got advice for a 20-year-old. I need you to ignore what you think is a fact. And I need you to realise that every single person who's 30 and 40 and 50 and 60 is talking about, as they get older, they realise how many things they just did because they thought that's what everyone wanted them to be or to do. And they slowly shed that and slowly gave up on that until by the time they realised who they wanted to be and how they wanted to do it, they'd missed out on decades of time, arguably the best time to be the person that they wanted to be. Now, or to pursue that person, whoever that person might be. So, don't think in your head that that's some lie. It's not a lie. It's the real human experience. What you need to do right now is figure out who you are and make sure you don't hurt anyone. Don't hurt anyone. Don't cause any harm in the world. Don't make the world a more negative place. But figure out who you are and pursue that. Get racing flaps on. They put those on horses to make them run straight. Well, for you, your happiness is in that direction and you put racing flaps on that and you go for it. Don't get distracted. Don't try and be a person for other people who you're going to not even know existed in 20 years' time. Who cares? You. And this doesn't mean stay in your lane, self-help, be you, ignore other people, blah, blah, blah. If you love helping people, help people. Don't make other people let you think that you're weak because you love making other people happy or looking after people. Just go do that. Do what you are. Do who you are. So that's what I reckon. That's what I reckon. I reckon that's important. I reckon that's not the message that we're out there giving these days. I think we're out there giving a message of, hey, be this sort of person, be that sort of person. And then you look at every single 50-year-old. What's that book? The 8 Regrets of the Dying or something. From a lady who worked in a one of those homes that is the last step before they get buried in the ground. In those places, when she wrote down the regrets of the dying, one of the biggest ones they had, I'm paraphrasing here, was getting too caught up in what everyone else wanted them to be that they forgot to pursue their own dreams. There is nothing more important than pursuing your own dreams, and you, by doing that, get ready, you're about to get some Coach Carter here. By pursuing your own dreams, you unconsciously give other people permission to pursue their ones, permission to be themselves, if only around you, but you give them that permission. And so just by you chasing what you believe in, then other people with their dreams will chase what they believe in. And that's something really, really potent. Something you shouldn't take for granted. Something that you should do. Now, would you try and be something else? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There we go. J Mac, you absolute champion. Thank you very much. That's the book. And if I'm too humble, jumble, mimbo, mambo with what I'm trying to say, then you can grab a hold of that book and all the things that I'm trying to say are in that. But the takeaway is, don't waste a single day not being you. There's just not enough time. I say that a lot. There is not enough time. So, you're like, oh, I'm 20. But 10 years before I'm 30. Or, oh, I'm 29. There's a year before I'm 30. Oh, I'm 35. There's 5 years before I'm 40. Before I'm. You are now. Be you now. Ridiculous. Stupid statement in the first instance. You've got plenty of time. You don't know what's right around the corner. Sorry, and the work. Yes, we're we're painting a picture of a lovely, lovely wedding dress cascading down a man with a big flat wall behind him. And we're using what I would define as a kaleidoscope of colours. That's the goal. You're about to be 20, Jackson. Well, good for you. If you don't know what you want to be yet, that's totally fine. You're not supposed to, but you do have a responsibility to try and find out. It's okay when someone says, what do you want to do? Or what are you doing? I don't know, but I'm working my darndest to figure it out. If you were to DJ for the soundtrack of your life, what would it be? Give me Kip Moore. If Kip Moore was a soundtrack to my life, then that's fantastic. I'm a lucky man. It's probably more like Spice Girls, but I want Kip Moore. There we go. And down in here, just like that. And now we're going to pop across to this beautiful, beautiful deep magenta. Hello, deep magenta. Let's lay you onto this canvas. You beautiful, beautiful colour. With all your pop, all your intensity, mixed in with a teeny bit of orange. To make you stand out, pop on this canvas, jump off, show people crazy, crazy pop that this colour can have. Am I saying Kip Moore or am I saying Pitbull? I'm saying Kip Moore, the country singer. I like his song I'm to Blame. I like his song The Bull. I like his song Love You to the Moon, probably my favourite song. And I like his song, what else songs do I like by him? I'm to Blame, Love You to the Moon, The Bull. Last Shot, that's a goodie. There is a man wearing his auntie's wedding dress as he laughs. So joy is going to be a part of the shot. And also, sorry, happiness is a part of this shot. And one of the biggest wild cards about it is that the subject matter is unique. It's not just another landscape, it's not another pine tree, it's not another up close of someone's face. It's something that you have to stare at and look to try and capture what's happening here. And I love that. I love that. It immediately engages you, but it almost wants you to think more around the context. Why? How? What's happening here? Or not. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy the colours. Just enjoy the moment. Dixie Chicks are living legends. I do like that song with the Dixie Chicks, Travelling Soldier. Is that Dixie Chicks? That's Dixie Chicks, and I've got a soft spot for that song. There we go. I'm back. Hello, love. Isn't that great? Quite poetic, actually. Love always comes back. Mm-hmm. Hello, Lyndon. Oh, that's lovely. Well, I like that Californian song. The one about, it's called California. And the OC. Is the OC from California? I think they are. Gotta run now. Tex, it has been absolutely lovely having you here. Get on out of here. Go start your day or finish it. Whatever it is you're doing. And I hope you have a good time. There we go. Now, we're not far off. Going for a slightly deeper, darker colour. I think we might mix this pink into something a little softer. And we'll use this. There we go. Perfect. Cobalt blue. The reason why I want this blue is it's going to mix in with this current pink, give me a very rich purple, which I can then play with through these parts to have a drastic impact. There we go. This is the palette. Voila! Big mess, churned up. So this is our current colour that I'm talking about. There's that. Is it? Not quite royal, but it's nice. You're welcome, Moj. There we go. Bounce that over here. And now we're going to compete with those reds. That's the plan. Coming in there hot with these blues. It's these. Gotta stop that red from looking so angry. Hello, Vance. There we go. Perfect. More up in here, down through here. Let's sneak that all the way into the darkness. More of this. Perfect. Down to the grave. Down to the grave. Down to the bottom. There we go. There we go. Sneak this in here. Sneak that through there. And then coming down through here. There we go. Popping colour. Fantastic. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate that. Little bits of blue making these areas pop. And then in here, this is an area that's going to be a bit of an alteration. Up you come. Paint's going on real thick, so we're not far off having to jump canvases, but we'll persevere for a little bit longer. Hello, Erica. There we go, get that up in there. All up through there. Right up to the top. And across here. And right the way around. Perfect. Hola. How you doing? Right. Quick, wild, crazy coat. We will lighten this up more as we go, but that's quite fun. We'll pause there on this one. Down you come. There we go. So, I'll bring up here so you can see the colour changes there. Dark on one side, you can see that dress starting to take form, and then in that darkness you'll start to see the first acknowledgement of a figure appearing. Fun, fun, fun. Alright. That's coat number 2 on that one. And because we use those primary shades, we hammered it on quite heavy. So, quick coat, take a break, let that one dry. On to one of our crowd favourites. Crowd favourites coming up. Here we go. Into this one here. Here we go. Up it comes. Down this goes. There we are. There we go. Have you heard of paint and sip classes? Yes, I have. I used to do them, but now I just paint, and it's fun because I can be here sharing with everyone all over the world. Anyway, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Coming back, team. There we go. Put this over here. Too much espresso. Yeah, possibly, but I made it back within a minute, so not doing too bad. Alright, put that down here. Over here. Alright, and now, aside from that timer, it's time for me to have a little sit down. We've done 2 layers, 2 separate coats, and now gonna have a little bit of a gap where I can just relax, have some of this gorgeous smoothie, and see where that takes us. Hoity toity. And then we'll chuck some paint on this elephant. Can't wait. My smoothie game needs work. This is very, very thick. This is thicker than porridge. C minus. C minus for me. First paintings in art creation store, do they exist? They do exist. I have some in my house. Most of the artwork that got finished has been sold and moved on. I'm not sitting on a giant collection of paintings. If one day I get famous, someone else will profit, but that's okay. I enjoyed making every single one of them, so very wholesome, very fun. Yeah, Jackson, you are onto it. You're onto it. Oh, yeah. A little bit of brown sugar or maple syrup in this couldn't hurt either, because it's a little bit sour. So, Mojo, yeah. Look, we're going to run with it today. If I don't have it the way it is, I won't learn my lesson. So this is an important part of the process. Regretful as it is. Honey crisp apple. I like the thought. I'm probably more of a, yeah. When I do add sweeteners, I do like honey, but honey can overpower all the flavours. It can, yeah, really control it, so. You gotta be prepared for that if you're gonna use honey. Alright, 2 more minutes, and a little bit more smoothie. Sage. Congratulations on having the most constructive comment in the last 5 minutes. As a joke. Right. This elephant. First colour we'll kick off with is going to be our blue. Get blue through the elephant, see where that takes us. Down in here, we'll let blue creep into here. Greens will pop out in here again. GC, hello. It's overall shapes there, but I want more depth in the colours, so we'll keep going for a little bit longer. Mojo, my favourite cappuccino and smoothies. Dinner, I don't know what's for dinner. Haven't decided yet. Brand of pants, whatever I can find in second-hand shops. That's my go-to. I'm fantastic. It's a good day. Right, that's enough of that. That is enough smoothie for one day. We'll give this little cup here a top up. Bring it up to halfway. I always find when I fill it, I spill it. So, just a bit of a top up. And, alright, blues. Blues are up next. That's the plan. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Alright. African elephants. Let's make African elephants. I'm excited. You guys excited? More defined or not done yet? No part of the elephant is done. We're bringing it all up equally. There's no part we're prioritising more than the other parts. All is done equally. That's the goal. Right, time is up. Sorry for the clap. Let's do it. So thank you all for clear mode. Clear mode? This is not in my repertoire of understanding. I'm still learning every day. Alright, so yes, that's correct. We are looking at blue. That's our first plan of attack, and then probably soft yellows. But we will see. We will see. Up this comes. Blue first. But the one thing you need before you start is your picture. Jeepers creepers. Otherwise you'll never get the picture right. Thanks, Colleen. Appreciate you. Here we go. Can get a little bit of extended through there. We have just enough time to actually control these blues before they dry. And we'll just start tapping it on. Tapping it on. Here we go. And don't let anyone's obsession with eyes control the way you make paint land. Otherwise, you'll end up with these big boggle eyes and you'll wonder why your elephant looks weird, or your person. You got to focus on actually every little bit of texture, every little moment, every little bit that makes the elephant the elephant. And if you focus on that, you'll get a real picture. Here we go. Clear mode. Comments go away so you get more view. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I see what's being said. That's clear mode. So I run my TikTok on comment mode then, not clear mode, because I read comments. What's one of my first ever pieces of art? I forget. But I can only assume, I think, actually I know, my English teacher owns my first ever piece of art. It's a blue abstract painting with a teeny tiny bit of red in it, and it was when Deadliest Catch, the TV series, was coming out. And what it is it's basically the water turbulent when you first catch a fish, and it's supposed to be that quick little moment. And anyway, she saw something cheeky in it, and she decided that she wanted it, and so she purchased it. So I love that. And then I sold a painting, a portrait of two children when I was in high school to another English teacher who said he saw something cheeky in that. And then I sold a ugly abstract to my then girlfriend's parents, which I think they've thrown out now. Aside from everything, probably lucky they threw it out. It was an ugly painting. Love the blue. Yeah, so now we're seeing here, you think, oh, I love the reds, and then you start seeing the blues coming in there, and you think, oh, I love the blues. Kaleidoscope. Keep those wild colours coming, keep building it up, one layer at a time. It's 2 years in the future. What's the ultimate dream? That's a great question. And you know what? There are dreams. I'd love to be a bigger artist. I'd love to have more meaningful relationships with people. I'd love to have more time with my friends. I'd love to have this. I'd love to have that. But you know what? It's all good. I'm pretty happy right now. I've got lots of meaningful relationships with people. I've got lots of friends. And I've got time that I can spend with them. So, aside from the grinding for the things that you think you want, how close are you to those things right now? Because a lot of the time we can get so caught up in acknowledging where we want to go to that we forget how far we've come, or to even just enjoy it while we keep going in that direction. So it's an absolute privilege to be here right now, painting an elephant with you guys. It's a privilege that I get to do this at 3 p.m. on a Monday here in New Zealand. This gets to happen because of you guys, because of the people who buy these paintings, because of the people who buy these prints, because of the people who support in all the wild different ways. And I appreciate that endlessly. So the dream looks like more of this. Exhibit. GC. Not for a long time. The reason why there hasn't been an exhibit probably in the last couple of years is I haven't really had the art. It's been selling. So I do have some artwork built up though, and the plan is to make that artwork available for show. A lot of it's not for sale, a lot of it's already sold, or a lot of it's not been sold, but it's available to see via an online gallery, which Seb comes on for live for the last however many weeks and makes promises about the online virtual exhibition and then doesn't deliver and tells you how close it is on the next live. Sounds like a broken record to me. I wouldn't trust a single word he says. But it is coming, I swear. It's on the way. It is on the way. There we go. Come on, Bluey. Jeepers. A person I admire, who I'd like to get a commission from. Well, I actually ordered a commission recently. Who's a person I'd love to get a commission from. His name is Connor Chamberlain, and he's painting me a digital piece of art of all of our old friends from university, all around the flat where we used to congregate, and he's going to paint it and give me a print of it, which is everything I could ever want. Very exciting. Hey Misty, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, where else are we going with this? Just in here? In here? Yeah, in here with a teeny tiny little bit. There we go. Thanks, Pink. Do you paint for clients something they specifically requested you to paint? Yes. Yes, indeed. So, I love that though. To be able to get someone's inspiration and bounce off it. To get with direct, so rather than going into a gallery and me making you excited about a bunch of different concepts, tell me what gets your wheels spinning. Tell me what gets you excited. Let's make that become a reality. Is it water? Is it cliffs? Is it a person you know? Is it a portrait? Is it an abstract? What is it? Let's nut out the colours. Let's nut out the style. Let's figure out what gets your wheels spinning, and then let's make it happen in a shared journey. So rather than coming into an art gallery and seeing the finished product, you come into the art gallery and see, or not into an art gallery, you get to see the work come into fruition one step at a time. Is it Hobbiton? Oh, come on, be nice, I'm not that short. ASM, greetings from Italy. Love your pasta, love your red sauce, love your pizza. I can say that because I was in Italy quite recently, and it was lovely. But I have been to Hobbiton, and it was a lovely, lovely place. I went to Hobbiton because I had an international with me who was really, really interested in seeing it. And so I was like, oh, fine, I'll take you. Went there, loved it, can't wait to go back. Great experience, 5 stars, what an incredible place. They worked so hard to make that everything that it is. Can't believe I haven't been, can't wait to go back. There's my Hobbiton impression. There's not a word of a lie. Yeah, thanks Zane. Thanks Zeno, I appreciate that. You absolute champion. Cheers JV. And yeah, so the blues do snap in here and make big differences. The reds did look fantastic, but that's because all the reds were in exactly the right place. It doesn't mean other colours can't come into it. Have drastic changes to the painting and allow the whole thing to become more. Although we see the same image, the depth of that image slowly grows. Slowly grows. So, kaleidoscope's coming, baby. Kaleidoscope. One moment at a time. Trying to spot things in the image and capture it in this beautiful Pacific blue that we're now using. There we go. I would be a good professor. Jeepers. Maybe. I think I had a hard time staying to the syllabus. I'd be like, right, the course says we should be doing this today. I've decided we're not. We're going to have some fun. Thanks, Orchard. Great profile picture, by the way. That's quite fun. Great mug. Oh, cheers, J-Mac. This is actually where I am today, a slightly different studio. This is by the sea, but I couldn't go outside to the sea because it is too windy, so we're inside. Not that I mind, I like it. How am I going? G'day, Noel. And what's the colour today? T. The colour today is, we're working with some blue. We've gone through 2 other paintings, and now we're capturing the feeling of some blue in this elephant. But not just blue, because we're going to stop soon with the blue and then attack it with some Naples. I think Naples yellow. And it's going to lighten the whole elephant up. You're going to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. You shouldn't do that, that's too much light. But I won't stop. We'll risk the whole elephant to try and make the stage look good. Apollo! Do you feel ignored, do you, Apollo? I'm sorry. George Lewis, you absolute champion. I appreciate the Kiwi. Kiwi for a Kiwi. That is a lovely, lovely thing to do. The new blue doesn't take away from the blue in the sky. It's balanced. Yeah, but the blue in the sky is also going to get just a little bit of a touch. Xena, you're an absolute champion. I appreciate the support. You legend. Goodbye. Oh, CG's on the way. CG, so brief, but lovely to have you here, temporarily. The Kiwi was really cool. Yeah, dang, the Kiwi slaps. Trina, thank you so much. And I guess smart. I'm good. Guys, I can't thank you enough for the gifts. Those gifts allow paintings like this one to happen. Projects of passion that we can just pursue. Yeah, so I love that. Love you guys to bits. Now, let's have a look-see at this next colour we're going to add onto this plate. I've got plates all over the show, coming out my ears. Not literally, look, just figuratively speaking. Lots of plate. The next colour I want is Naples. Naples yellow. Nope, we've had a see you later, Xena. Catch you later. And thank you so much for subscribing, you legend. Catch you next time. Now, we are using Joanne Brilliant, and we are adding a little bit of primal. This stuff's actually called primal. It's really, really cool. It's similar, it's like PVA mixed with water. Not exactly. It's fast drying, and it makes it more transparent, so it allows me to do my glazing mixing techniques. Now grease is on fire. Oh no, that's not good. Do you explain the origins of the plates? Yes, I will. So the origins of the plates is really, really interesting. They come from the origins of the plates come from, I used to work in restaurants when I was younger, and so I've got this affinity for plates. I always love plates. They are my thing from my past that I can't get away from and wouldn't want to. A plate's also a perfect mixing tool. The paint doesn't actually dry onto the porcelain that easily, but it does with a lot of wood pellets. And see that base at the bottom there? This, easy to hang on to. That there is perfect for your hand. So you get your hand on that and you've got a better grip to do anything you want to do while you're painting. See that? Perfect. And then on top of that, a lot of plates have a rim. I'll show you this here. This plate here, same story. It's got a base on it. Perfect. See that? Perfect control. And then around here, if we bring it up close, one of the things about dining with a plate in culinary services is that this part here is for the waiter and this part here is for the food. That's why your hand goes on it like that. Well, what's that really useful for? Where does that really come into context for us? Because we put paint in the middle. So I know, as I'm using the plate and spinning it around in my hand, that I'm not going to get it on myself if I keep it within in that area. And if I do, I've got a base that I can almost go, look at that, almost vertical with, and I'm not going to lose it. Plates slap. They are the best. Now, Joanne. Joanne Brilliant. Brilliant. Good water. Good water. Right. Here we go. This brush has been used enough now. Let's grab the next one. This one. It's a wild choice, but let's do it. Okay. You're welcome, J-Mac. I'm glad. I hope the advice helps you. A lot of these plates that I'm using are from op shops. The reason I get them from op shops is because I like getting the plates that no one else wants. Typically once the glaze has been worked out and things like that. Miss Chrissy, Miss Jasmine, thank you so much. Appreciate the likes. Because it looks after the planet. You don't need to spend 50 bucks, 50, 60 bucks on a fancy palette. It's just a trick. Your art shop's amazing, but they're trying to trick you with those palettes. You don't need those. Support from Malaysia. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Don't put them through the dishwasher. That is a no-go, but you can. You can. Soak them so the paint gets wet again, and then wash them off. You can typically do that with just a regular scrubbing brush or your hands. It'll work fine. Why the clipped ears? It's not a clipped ear. It's just the way it's flopping at the moment. So, see what you think that though. Okie dokie. Cheers, Apollo. I don't fully understand the sentence, but it's exciting. There we go. So you'll see how this whole picture is just starting to lighten up a little bit as Joanne takes control. That's elephant. Well done. There we go. Splashing over here. Have you ever accidentally tasted paint using one of your plates? No. Typically once I use it as a painting plate, I don't send them back the other way. If the glaze is cracked and things, typically that'll mean that the paint will come out enough to be used again, but never come out enough to actually be used as a food plate again. There we go. There we are. Lord of Beasts. The elephant, eh? That's pretty fun. Da, 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 da. Wow. Kaylee, how old am I? Oh, in that stage where I'm caught between two ages. I'm caught between being young and being old. Although, in a funny way, I think we all are caught between those stages. I am 30 years old as of January this year. There we go. The old soul, young body. Yeah, I have had that before actually. 93 baby, well done Mike, this is correct. This piece here is not a commission piece, but there are a few people who have been looking at the idea of maybe purchasing it, but please, 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 let it run its course, because these paintings change drastically in between each coat. So we need to actually let the painting be, let it change, let it develop, and make sure that when it reaches its final stage, you still love it. But regardless of that, you can absolutely message me on Instagram, email, or anywhere like that, and I can let you know when it is finished, and give you an approximation on costs depending on where you live in the world, because shipping is a thing. Shipping is a thing. Alright, now we're going to combine the Joanne Brilliant with some Naphthol Crimson, and this here is going to create a soft, I'm not going to say orangey, because it's going to be everything but the yellow that's usually an orange. I'll show you up close here. It's going to give us almost a ruby, not ruby, sorry, a rosy sort of colour there. That's what we're after. Can't wait to see the final product. Thank you so much, appreciate that. And what's hello from Michigan, hello I'm painting, can I buy that? Hold fire on the buy, hold fire on the buy, let it take its final form. Let it take its final form. And it might be right up your alley. Or you might not like it. But I'm ready for either. There we go. There we go. You can go on there. Perfectos. And Gigi had it. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team. And what do you do with all the paintings you make? Laurie, great question. A lot of them sell. So I've got a few that I own, but typically most of these paintings are commissions and go into people's hands. This one's not a commission, but this one I do just want to complete first, because part of the fun of this piece is that we can be loose and crazy and silly with it. We don't want to lose that creativity because you get too caught in your head thinking it needs to be what someone wants it to be in order to buy it. Got to be loose, got to allow it to be whatever it is the painting wants to be. Is that wild, is that tame? Bouncing, caressing, making the paint what the paint needs to be. Here we go. A little bit over there, a little bit down there. I'm going to progress more into these reds, just delicately. Teeny tiny bits. This is those little flicks I talked about going into the landscape. Those teeny little touches that we're going to be on top. Those little seedlings. There we go. Tiny bits. I ate a kiwi today and thought of you. That's sweet. Well, I hope it was a good kiwi fruit. A lot of the kiwi fruit's actually from New Zealand. It actually, not only is it from New Zealand, it's from a really, really similar area to where I was born and raised. So, in the Bay of Plenty, where most of the kiwi fruit orchards are from. There we go. Little dots. There we go. Oh, sorry, J-Mac. A lot of capitals there, actually. Probably get away with less of those. My family is new. They are not painters or artists, but they are lovely, lovely people. What do I think of the TikTok? Same thing I think about all the social medias. It's nice. They don't really care. Why would they? They love that I'm painting. But apart from that, that's about the level of interest. JB, we will catch you on the flip side. Thanks for joining in. Little bits of red. Let's dabble these bits of red through here. There we go. There we go. Tiny little touches. I like your accent. Thanks, it's Jesse. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. There we go. We're not far off pausing on this elephant, but we'll give it just a little bit more juice. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Now, we'll let those bleeps and blips start to dry, and we are going to go back to our. I'll pull this one here off. New York painting. Hey Susie, thank you very much. It looks like roses in the grass. There are some little red patches in the grass, but there will be more colours to come. Lime green will play a massive part in that grass, along with Naples yellow, but a lot of the areas that want that Naples yellow have already been touched by Joanne Brilliant, and our splicing of Naphthol Crimson into Joanne Brilliant, which is up the face of the elephant here. Brad White, that is a lovely, lovely thing to ask. It's not for sale just yet. Let it be finished. Let it be finished. There's a bit of interest in it, but you've got to let it go on its journey. You've got to let it become what it wants to become. But you're always welcome to message in the interim. Dive into my inbox, start a conversation, and maybe when it's finished, it's yours. Who knows? Who knows? Come on with me, Mr. Elephant. And we're back to this one. Here we go. Tilt that there a little bit. Put that into there. Beautiful. Let's hear it for New York. Concrete jungle. Where dreams, what is that? Where dreams are made of. Get how the song goes. Nothing you can't do. Let's hear it for New York. There we go. Earthquake. Yes, indeed. Colton, do you... Yeah, so this one here is a New York picture. And yes, I do landscapes. I do a mixture of everything. If I'm doing my job well, then we'll land a little bit of every commission. So coming up for this month, at the moment, we've got portraits, we've got slightly further out portraits, we've got landscapes, and we've got a floral Garden of Eden, beautiful, explosive colour picture. Chad, welcome. I'm glad you like. We are on the way. Wild colours down at the moment, lots of splashing colours. After this next layer, the next step to do with it is going to be to coat it with, it'll be a bottle that looks similar to this, but it'll be a very, very heavy viscosity of liquid. And what that liquid will do is it'll add a slight layer to the whole top of it, about 2 millimeters thick, and flatten the whole surface. So then we can come back with a brand new layer of paint to embellish the surface of the painting. The reason why is because it's concrete, we're not trying to have transparency inside the paint itself, because that makes the concrete feel like water, which we'll do a little bit of down here. But overall, the concrete wants to be strong, so much less opaque nature in the paint itself. But we still need layering, so that's where this layer comes in, because you'll be able to see through the actual layers of paint, not in terms of them being transparent, but in terms of them actually being separate. So that's part of the fun we're going to have there. J-Mac, honestly, if I had my way, I sign them because it's a cliche. I make it very, very, very subtle down the bottom right, because that's standard practice. I'd prefer not to. Personally, if you gave me my way, I'd sign the back. Just so it's still signed, but I feel like in today's day and age, we don't need to do that. There's, you know, you can go to the reel or the live and be like, yep, that's Seb talking. Seb made that painting. Anyone can duplicate a signature. I think there's better ways to say that's your work. So I've been thinking about a nice touch in order to do it. And one of the ways I've thought of doing it is actually with a wax stamp. But haven't, but again, that's copyable as well. You can copy that. So it's tough. It's tough to know exactly what should happen. And hello, Hector. Welcome. Now, let's get some touches of this colour we've just spliced up to there. It's there. There we go. Who? Welcome. Alright. Just going to move this canvas back just a little bit so I can see my guiding image there. There we go. And one colour we're going to move on to here as well. It's going to be black again. We have to keep bringing black back into it to make sure we get that depth. That's going to be important. Yes, so a QR code again can be copied. One of the good ways to do it though is connect the QR code to a NFT. I haven't done that, never done that, but that'll probably be the way of the future, that when you buy a painting, you're also given the NFT of that painting, and then when you buy and sell it, you'll trade that NFT, and that will transfer the worth of the painting and prove that it is the original. So you wouldn't buy a painting without the NFT. May become the future. Maybe. Cheers, guys. Alright. More of this. Delightful red. Now, the one catch is that I may need to dash on you all. Not right now, don't panic, but I may need to dash when we get closer to, when we go to 5 o'clock, so that's in an hour and a half's time. So we have a lot of time left together, a lot of time. But today's a special day because I need to go into town. Of course I'm a lefty, yes I am Susie. Susie, that is a fantastic profile pic. I like your style. Cheers, Ivan. I've tried a lot of art ways and it doesn't seem to work for me. I don't know the best advice. When you say that, even though you're saying it doesn't seem to work for me, it sounds like you're looking back at the result of it and being like, nah, not good enough. Clearly that doesn't work for me. If you're doing it like that, sometimes what's happening is you're incredibly focused on the end product, and because of that, you're not giving yourself a chance to enjoy the process. You're strangling that process, trying to find something that you can get a perfect end product in. Too many people are looking around, glancing around, trying to find where is my perfect product. I didn't do that perfectly, so it can't be that. I didn't do that perfectly, so it can't be that. I didn't do that. You get the point. Stop doing that and figure out, what did I like doing? Forget the product. Forget what got made. Did I like doing that? Did I like doing that? Did I like doing that? The one that you do like doing, you will have the tenacity, the joy, the motivation, the drive, and the inspiration to keep doing it. Because by doing it alone, you're inspiring yourself. You're getting pleasure from the process. And from that, you'll learn how to be good at it. Don't think that if you're good at something, you'll learn how to enjoy it. The enjoyment comes first, then the skill. But you cannot teach someone with an abundance of skill how to enjoy themselves, ever. You can't think, I'll just get good at it and then I'll find a way to be happy. Find a way to be happy, and then that will be the biggest catalyst to make you good at it. That's what it is. How are you still alive, Denzel? Well, I'm just hanging out. Hasn't been that long. It's been, how long has it been? I forget. Not too long though. And what is it? Say 3 hours? Future Seb, painting in his New York studio overlooking... No, I like New Zealand. I like New Zealand. I like travelling when I'm painting too. If I was ever... You guys need to call me up on that. If I ever get locked down in a singular place, painting from the same studio, what comes from that is a huge amount of control. And if you get too much control over the process, you stifle and you strangle creativity. You need to welcome in chaos. You need to welcome in the element. An easy one is go outside. The wind, the sun, the heat, the humidity, the ground, the dryness, the weather, the animals, the people. You introduce chaos. And from that chaos, you allow your art to actually become creative. Because in a studio that's static, that's the same every time, what happens? You become static. And from that, the art becomes static. And then the whole thing stops being art and turns into this grinding, slow march to a craft. And you're wondering, why is this not unique and growing and changing? Why is it the same every time? Do I want it to be the same? Or is this breaking my spirit? Introduce chaos. And from that chaos, you'll bring back your spirit. That's what I reckon. Painting on the beach and in nature. Yes, beach is chaos, guys. The beach is absolutely wild, because if you're painting on the beach, the tide comes in or goes out. And so literally, as you make your station to paint, the whole world is somewhat moving around you and changing. And as the tide goes in and out, so too will the weather change. Right there on the coast, you're affected by wind in all sorts of directions. I tell you what, it's all on. It is all on. So careful with the beach, but it can be your biggest asset or your biggest enemy. Watch it carefully. Let's get a bit more of this stuff in here. Here we go. So, I love that, painting in the park. Be ready. Be ready. If you're going to go paint in the park, people are going to see you. They're going to come up to you. They're going to ask you questions. They're going to look at your art. And they're going to critique you live. And you'll be thinking, oh, I don't mind that so much. You want the critiques more than you want silence. If you can tell someone doesn't like your art, or if you can tell someone does, that's better than silence. Silence means you've caused no emotional response. But if you can have someone look at your artwork and feel better, worse, this is good. I don't like making people feel worse, but it's evidence that there's something more to what you're doing. Santiago, hello, how you doing? And KT, welcome. I recognise that name, KT. You've been in here before. I recognise the name. Sound like Theoden from Lord of the Rings. There we go. Just dabble with this through here. Get that light cascading into this. I'm fantastic. First time. Oh well, welcome KT. Let's spread this out here. Jumping across back here, getting more of that Jawan Brilliant, mixing it into a Naphthol Crimson, getting much more a rosy colour. And then we're going to splash that over the top, especially on these yellows. These yellows have had too much precedent for too long. This is good, Katie. This is what I'm here for. I hope that if I share this little craft with you, I can make your day a little bit better, and in turn, you'll help me find art less of a lonely process, because art is lonely. Make no mistake, if you want to pursue being an artist, we get caught up thinking about the gallery openings and the glorious artwork and people seeing it and us being amazing on this gallery floor. It's not. Sometimes it's that. Most of the time it's you by yourself in front of a canvas, working, crafting methodically. And you have to be the sort of person who can handle large periods of time by themselves in front of a piece of work, intimately building it piece by piece. That was something we didn't get told in art school. We were told about the lights and all the stuff, but actually at the end of the day, at a fundamental hammer meets anvil level, it's you and it's your craft. So that's where Lonely by Akon, yeah, perfect song, but that's where it's lovely to actually, it can be really tough, and it was incredibly hard for me when I first started, but to actually get your craft and share it with the world, because first off, it's very exposing at the start. If there was, there's humiliation, shame, fear, a lot of emotion, insecurities come into it. The idea of showing what you're making with the world, that is just mind-bogglingly terrifying if you're used to doing it in isolation. But then what that ended up doing was allowing me to also have companionship on a journey. As I go through all the same things that every single artist goes through, as you're creating art, the battles, the challenges, the highs, the lows, I keep coming back to that word insecurities, because today more than ever, we're so terrified of other people seeing the real us that we put up so many shields, barriers, smoke, and mirrors. And if you're going to make art, you need to become a professional at getting those those mirrors, those barriers, and tearing them down and letting other people see you authentically. Because if you don't let that happen, your art's just another craft and no one's going to be able to feel anything from it. That thing you want to happen so badly won't happen unless you know how to show your insecurities to others. Mirrors. So smoke and mirrors. It's a figure of speech. I like the word shields. I feel like we build these psychological shields around ourselves. It's lovely though, you see what pours out of you while you're alone. That's true. It's true. And but that being said, like, it's very, very nice to be in an environment where you can actually be picked up and bounce off other people's energies. So at a certain point while you're alone, you may lull. But that's where other people can pick you up, carry you along, empower you. So in that sense, would you say that I'm cheating? Feeding off you guys to take painting further. The first artist who didn't want to go it alone. Oh, thank you, fun guy. Well, I'll have you know that everything I currently know about you tells me that you're a fun guy. So, you've got that going for you. Did you ever bring others into your art? Collaboration, apart from us, of course, yes, all the time. So, collaboration, whether it be in the same room, working together, or whether it be in the form of taking someone's photography, making it into a picture myself, two people coming together, a lot of collaborations occur. Name a car for an edit. Nissan Primera. So yes, collaborations are important, and the reason why they're important too is they get other minds that think differently to yours, and manipulate your process. So you don't have full control. Nothing gives way to chaos more than handing control to someone else. Like having one person on the steering wheel, one person on the brake pedals, one person on the gear stick, one person on the air conditioning. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. Painting in the same room as people will always have a drastic impact. Because you have to accept at different periods that someone else is progressing with their painting or their piece of art, where your one might be in a position where it's regressing. It's tough. That'd be really tough to watch. Doesn't sound too different from real life though. Maybe it's healthy it comes into the same room. Who knows? Who knows? What? Yeah. I'm telling you how I feel. And if you can get a nugget of wisdom from a rambling Kiwi's feelings, then this is good. But in all honesty, guys, the thing that speaks the loudest is a bit of authenticity. Don't need to use caps lock. Don't need to raise your voice. Just speak metaphorically, speak from your heart, and people listen. And the reason they listen a lot of the time is because it's refreshing. They're so used to it. So much nonsense out there. So many people pretend to be something else, and usually they speak the loudest. So, yeah. Anyway, who inspired me to become an artist? And yes, Katie, I love to write. I'm not very good at it. That's not true. I love to write, but it's not really I'm visual. You see my paintings here. They come across very, very jumbled and crazy in all directions, and it works, doesn't it? It doesn't work so much with writing. Good night, Ruby. Catch you later. And there was something there about... I missed it. Classic me. Who inspired you to become an artist? So, if I was to thank anyone for going on the... yeah, J-Mac, put that on a t-shirt. I'd wear that t-shirt too, absolutely. If I saw that in the store, I'd buy that t-shirt. But probably my parents, my mother, my friends. When you're happy doing what you do, if you're happy making art, your loved ones, first off your parents, and then your friends and your family, and then your friends, your close friends will spot that. They'll know you're a better you when you're happy, when you're pursuing what you love. And so regardless of monetary value, regardless of outcome, regardless of what the painting looks like, what are they going to do? They're going to encourage you to do that thing more. So for me, first off my mother, then my friends from wherever, art school, anywhere, port, wherever you've got friends, they'll encourage you to pursue more of what you love to make you a better version of yourself. So friends and family, that's why I paint. People who love you, people who actually love you, just want you to be the best version of you. And that doesn't mean they want you to be successful and running around with a Lamborghini and a fancy mansion. They want you not just to be happy, but to be to be the best version that you can be. Content, comfortable in your own skin. Nothing breaks your heart more than when you see a friend who you feel like's, for whatever reason, not themselves. And think. There we go. Nah, trail of thought gone. Sorry guys, it was there, now it's gone. Do you ever have an artist version of a writer's block? Yeah, oh yeah. You can call that creative block because everyone has those, everyone. And I constantly talk about these in terms of don't get yourself caught in the illusion, whatever block that you get, don't get yourself thinking that I'm going to get really good at what I do and then I'm not going to have those anymore. Or God forbid, I'm going to get famous and then I'll never get creative block again. They get worse. It gets so much worse, stronger, more potent. But what improves is your personal ability to deal with blocks. So. I had a whole reel edited about this actually, and I actually cut it down to just being about music. But when it comes to creative block, what you need to do is work out your tricks, your techniques, your personal tricks, your personal techniques, how to get out of a rut once you're in one, how to remove a block, how to reopen your personal gateways to creativity after they've been half shut, closed, whatever. How do you get back into your flow state once you've lost it? Is it music? Is it friends and family? Is it a trip? Is it seeing someplace in the world? Is it a ritual? What do you do? Figure that out. Because once you are big, professional, older, in the future version of you, whatever, the exact same trick that you figured out before you got yourself into a bind with a trick that helps future you get out of a bind. So figure it out now. The smaller you are, the less famous you are, the less known you are for your craft, the better your ability is to sit down and figure out how to get over writer's block. Don't think, oh, they're the professional, they know how to get over writer's block better than I do. Their stakes are high, and if they haven't got tricks to deal with it, they are walking on a tightrope that's thin. But for you, you can work it out. This makes me feel good when I do this. This helps with this. This helps with that. Bang. All of a sudden, you're the world champion at something, if you ever get that far, and then all of a sudden, bang, you can just get over that sort of stuff because you've got your tips and tricks worked out. Would I consider art deep? Well, being that art is pretty much just feelings on a 2D surface. I mean, let's be honest, guys. What is art? As a 2D surface, where some humans chuck lines and colour and splotches all over that another human could hold value to. Why would we do that? We do that because we believe that through that surface that's had expression chucked onto it, that there could be a connection between humans, that we could get from a 2D surface some sort of thought or emotion from it. We believe that. And so that's what gives us surface value. We believe emotion's caught in it, or expression is caught in it, that there's something here which is part of the human experience. Now from that, so we're talking about expression and emotions. You're asking me if expressions and emotions are deep. Yes, of course they are. The deepest thing, maybe, for us to experience anyway. So yeah, art's about as deep as it can get. Art is about as deep as it can get. And we've been taught, unfairly so, to stop trusting ourselves, to believe we don't have taste, and to no love, haha, your art. Well, it depends. My job is to try and get as much of my sorry for misunderstanding there. My job is to get as much of myself as I possibly can in the most exposed manner that I can, with as little barriers as possible, from me onto a 2D surface. And I want to give you a raw, special, singular, unique moment through that. And sometimes I'll land, sometimes I'll fail, but the goal there is to connect. The goal there is for you to see it and get a slight bit of vitality, a slight bit of happiness, a slight bit of joy, to energize you a little bit, to feel more connected with humanity just by looking at it. And if I can do that, if that's deep, then this is deep. If that's not deep, then this isn't deep, because that's my entire tactic, that's my entire goal, that's everything I want. So that's the play. New York Street, yes. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. This is New York. I'm not sure what street it is, but maybe Chad, if he's still here, can shed some light on that for me, because I've been getting questions and I've been hedging them poorly. And Chad has the answer. You don't have to share it, Chad. And if you'd like a frisky to say, oh, Midtown, there we go. I was going to say, you could hold the secret and then tell me after it's finished. But Midtown, all right, I like that. One thing I love about the shot, Chad, is it's New York City to me. I can feel it. But I love it how it's not standard New York City. The usual giant, crazy lights of the place. And one thing I loved the most about this shot when you showed it to me, Chad, was that the ground through here, this is tar seal, there's cars on the road, this is a concrete footpath, this and this are giant concrete walls. So the biggest surfaces in this painting are raw, flat concrete without any advertising on them whatsoever. But the things that add the most colour to this picture and illuminate it is these areas. Everything was signage, it's sort of mumbled, jumbled, confused through here, but this is potent, screaming out with colour and ideas coming out in those shapes and forms. And this is inarguably the biggest focal point of the whole thing. And it's just a flat concrete wall, because the light and the reflections and the colours is bouncing off these flat concrete surfaces. And there's something poetic about that for New York City, that actually the lights and the beauty that comes out in this photo is just the reflections from concrete. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So bonkers, but yeah. Oh, yes. By the way, Hong Kong got a lot of signboard writing at the sky. True. Do I like graffiti? I like all forms of art. Of course I like graffiti. But every art piece has its place. Cheers, Marlon. Appreciate that. More than cool, incredible. It is. It is. It's there's something really special about that, because I think we're so used to understanding New York City through billboards, but it seems weird to have such luxurious, explosive, saturated colour, and then to have the audacity to make the comment, let's understand New York City through concrete. It almost sounds like something silly and artsy that you like be like, okay, we'll do it as an experiment, but it won't work as well as the lights. But in this case, this is showing that concrete can represent the city better than the lights. So I love that. This is New York. Digital art. My thoughts on digital art. Look, if you've been here before, you'll know that I love digital art. It's the best. And in the next few years, you'll be able to ask it. I mean, you almost can now, but it's going to get better and better. Literally ask it for anything you want. And it'll serve it up to you immediately on a silver platter. But you know what? You'd have to ask yourself, why go for a walk? Why go for a hike? Why make a painting at all if an AI can do it immediately? Why would anyone keep opting for a painting? And it's the same question that I asked philosophically when I first got into painting, seriously. I asked how many artists, I specifically said painters, how many painters would continue to be artists if the moment you finished a painting, it ceased to exist? Now, there will still be artists out there who will paint for the love of painting and care nothing for the end result, and when it disappears, they are unfazed. And there'll be a huge amount of artists who, without the end product, leave doing art altogether. And with that idea, liken that to AI, every artist who's doing it for an end result will stop being an artist. And so what we're going to start seeing is, in effect, we'll see less artists in the world. It'll look like it. But the ones who are left will be doing it for pure reasons. AI gets to results instantly, but human beings, we have to battle, go through challenges, go through time. There is no time in a journey for AI. It's results immediately. Only we can go through the mistakes, trials, tribulations, and challenges that make true emotion get imbued in a piece of art. Like how I've got a special rock. It's ridiculous. I've had this rock since I was 5 years old. It's just a rock. It is just a rock. It's from a garden outside the school where I went to preschool, and we wrapped it in fabric, which is long since gone, and now I've just got the rock. What's special about this rock? It has no value. It wasn't from a special place. It hasn't gone, there's not a special photo of it. It's not a special weight. It's not a special shape. What's special about it is it's come on a journey with me. And the value I put in that rock is invaluable only because that rock has been with me for the past 26 years. So no other rock will be better than that rock for me. Not because of what it is in this exact moment as it exists on the table over there, but for what it has been through the entire journey it's been on, which is exactly why a painting by a human will always be significant. Because humans have this irrational ability to form love and obsession and feelings towards a journey. We don't just want results. We think we do, but we don't. Otherwise I wouldn't like my rock. I like my rock. Is your best friend because you remembered it and almost, that. Did I miss any comments there? Current artist art, oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I did study philosophy, sorry guys. So a lot of the rabbit holes I go down are philosophical, but at the end of the day, when we're dealing with emotion and trying to bring it into a physical form, we're dealing with philosophy. And I do believe if it hadn't been for philosophy, that when I did start to actually doubt art and myself as an artist, I wouldn't have been able to actually ask the key questions to change the way I viewed it, to actually continue doing art in the way that I wanted to do it. I would have let pure art by itself would have become craft, and I would have dropped it. But I was able to get this philosophical point of view to ask the right questions to bring my art back into the form that I wanted it to be. So, I can't sing New York, New York, but I have got a video for a reel. I haven't posted it yet, and I'm feeling like a New York song will be the choice. So, watch this space. So, what current artists are inspiring me today? I have a soft spot. Oh, this is New Zealand, by the way. I have a soft spot for Picasso and Monet. And the reason I like those two, there's plenty of artists who can give the exact same example, but I love those two because they pursued their art styles with reckless abandon, even in light of other people not liking what they were doing. New Zealander indeed. And the reason why I love that is because they died poor. They died poor, but they died believing that they discovered something beautiful. And it's funny because now we see their art, and now we all believe that Monet and Picasso are the goats. If some of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time. But no one wanted to borrow them when they were making their art. Now we could go into a million reasons to why that is. But forget that. In their case, as pure as it can be, they were artists because they had a dream of what they wanted to make and they pursued art. They were great craftsmen. They could have made things that sold. They could have sold a lot of art and had richer lives because of it, richer with money. But they said, no, we're making art. I'm an artist, I'm gonna make art. And they did that. And only after they're long gone do we look at those and say, this is the greatest example of art that the world's ever seen. They went on that trajectory. So, love Monet's colour use or not, love Picasso's Starry Starry Night, paint straight from the tube stuff or not, you cannot argue that it's not irrefutably 100% raw art because they did it in spite of everyone else not believing in it. And they didn't have to. Unique as Kiwi slang. We got some weird Kiwi slang here in New Zealand, guys. In New Zealand here, we're too far away from the rest of the world, so we say ridiculous things. Work out our own little subculture of language. We run off on our own little detours and little turns. We say g'day mate here too. G'day mate. Just with a slightly different accent. I think that's a Aussie and Kiwi thing. But if you really like it, you can keep it. But I think Kiwis say that too. There we go. Beautiful. Alright guys. I'm not disappearing on you off the bat, but we have 1 hour left. 1 hour left together. And then I have places to be. Oh, how exciting. Can you do an American accent? No, but I can do a great Kiwi accent. And I do love American accents. I've got a soft spot for a southern accent. I like a southern drawl. Like in the country songs. God, they're great. God, they're great. Alright. So, next colour off the ranks is going to be violet with a bit of white and black spliced in both directions. What words can't I pronounce? I reckon I can pronounce everything. The rest of the world might disagree, and that's okay. Here we go. Brand new plate. So I typically wouldn't buy these sort of plates. I just like this plate. But the reason why I don't buy plates with colour on them is it will make it harder for you to perceive what colours you're using when applying to the surface. Typically, the best kind of plate to have, got one down here, is this kind, Pow. See how that's very, very white? You want the whitest of the white plates, so that way the colour stands out as much as possible. This one here, so you're going to have blue on your plate, so you're going to see more blue as you try and mix your colours. Now, that's okay, I like this plate, but this should be your 95% bread and butter when it comes to plates. Anyway, yeah, I do. I've got loads of plates. This one was $1. This one was $1, and they were all $1 too. But use a bunch of plates. After you've used a bunch, have a giant stack, put it in the sink or put it in a bucket outside, let it soak, and then after it's soaked for a day or two, you can just come along and just wipe the plate like that, and you'll be back to this. So, easy peasy. Look fancy for $1. Oh yeah. Shirt, $2. Shorts, $2. $4, $5 with the plate. Easy life. Easy life. Everyone getting hung up on spending $60 on paint pellets. Go spend that on paint. You know, this stuff here, this little thing here, this cost me $27. This is expensive paint. And after you know, if you go running around buying all this paint, who has money left over for a pallet, you know? This little thing is 120 mils. Outrageously. Well, yeah, I'll tell you what. Here you go. Here's a work of art. Look at that. That's not art. This is just silly. This is paint used to create art. That's like it's like selling that would be the equivalent to selling cut up bits of 4x2 from a building site. Like, yeah, you could, but I think we can all agree that it'd be better to get a fresh plate without paint on it. Good night. You're out of here. All right, Jeru. We'll catch you later. Next time. And guys, if you are enjoying it here, there is a private Discord. If you want access to it, you've got to subscribe because it gives you immediate access through the thing. If you are enjoying this painting, and if you like what I've got to say, or you're just in a good mood and want to support me, I would absolutely love to have you as a subscriber. It would make my day. But you don't have to. At the end of the day, I am just lucky to have you here spending time with me. So, that's cool. That's cool. And I am here for another 44 minutes. Wait, 54 minutes. 54 minutes. There we go. Nick, welcome to the team. We've got 185 members, which I reckon is pretty cool. I don't fully understand what a team does yet, but there's 185 of us, and that's way bigger than a New Zealand rugby team. So that's pretty exciting. There we go, let's get a little bit of that up there. Yeah, oh, there we go, and then let's grab a bit of this. This one, this is the one we want. This one here is going to make the paint run better without making it become too see-through. So, again, leaning into that concrete side of things. What's my choice of sport? Honestly, I like anything that gets people out there to have fun together. I like it when people use all their limbs, so like rock climbing, rugby. I don't fully understand American football, but I like that it exists. I only really enjoy it when I'm with the Americans who can tell me more about the rules, about how it works, because I can't really get my head around it too well. I need them to tell me what's happening. I'm that annoying person on the couch going, so what's happening now? What's happening now? You'd be like, oh, someone take him home. He's asking too many questions. There we go. Alright. Coming in here with the light blue. Splice it across into a regular purple. And then we're going to start doing some runs of this down the side of this building. There we go. That comes up to the top, all the way to the top. Beautiful. The light colour made everything pop. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This purple's going to have a huge impact because we're going to actually use this to spot some of these windows. Not windows, but concrete panels. Seem to change colour on this wall here. Midtown. Chad, we need to talk too. We need to talk about what we're calling this painting. We don't have to do it right now, but we do have to do it. There's that beautiful purple. Alright, we are on. We need to talk though, Chad. We need to talk about whether we're calling this painting Midtown, whether we're calling it, what is it, Fifth? I forget where Midtown is. Whether we're calling it Empire State, the Big Apple. Nick, you absolute legend. Great to have you on board. And I love you to bits for the support. You absolute champion. You're making my heart melt, Nick. There we go. You don't need to tell me right now, but it would be nice for us to figure out what is the name of Bada Bing Bong Boom, this painting. We'll work on it together and figure it out. I think maybe we go for a similar theme that we went for in the previous one, The City Different, whereby we actually call this one the Big Apple, since we're naming cities. But we can really do whatever we like. Doesn't have to follow that trend, it can be its own thing. Grace. Grace, I've done a Spyro painting, I've done a Game Boy painting, and I've got a Aku Aku painting over here of Crash Bandicoot. Haven't painted a Bulbasaur, but Grace, you know what? I'd love to. Best thing to do is to jump on the link in my bio and fill out the commission form. Commission an original, and we also need the picture. What angle do you want the Bulbasaur on? And what size do you want the Bulbasaur to be? We can absolutely make that happen. Absolutely. That'd be pretty funny. Alright guys, today we're painting a Bulbasaur. Cheers, Grace. Can't wait. Up coming the Bulbasaur. Alright. Now, this purple. Perfect shade to go through here. Light grey. Touching on a lot of these areas. Start to flesh them out more. Grow them. There we go. Just down through here as well. Beautiful. Hello from Ireland. Hello, how you doing? Gift you this. This has an owner. And you're not the first person to try and grab a hold of it today. But it has an owner. And it will be all theirs. But you're welcome to commission your own painting. Yeah, I've got a soft spot for urban views. I really do. But this one here is unique in that it's trying to be, it is Midtown, but it's capturing all the things we usually wouldn't see as like, it seems like the cars through here and the people get less acknowledgement than the concrete and the walls around the place. And I love that. It's almost much more of a human experience, as if you're on the street and you had a memory of it, and this is what that memory would be. There we go. What paint am I using? Lavender, hello. Well, currently, it's funny you say that, because this paint, this purple, is actually a lavender shade, but I'm using acrylic paints, and I'm mixing, if you look at that white patch in there, I'm mixing in delicately an extender. The extender makes the paint run better, or keeping the intensity of the colour engaged. There we go. Ashy, thank you mate, appreciate that. Right, let's leave up here. God, this purple is absolutely sensational in this image. It's having a drastic impact on the overall picture. Rockman, you make painting fun. Painting is fun, Rockman. And for some reason, at some point along the line, whether it was high school, friends, colleagues, or people who just didn't really care about us, we somehow learnt that we weren't supposed to paint unless we were good at it. And when we were painting, it was supposed to be a grueling process towards a finish line. It's not that. It's fun. It's like, if you got it described to you, if you didn't know what painting was, and someone said, you get these coloured balls of, coloured tubes full of liquid and a rudimentary tool, and then you attack a surface, and the better you understand your feelings and yourself, the better the result will be. I'd be like, that sounds pretty cool. That sounds like something I want to be a part of. And then when you say, oh, it's painting, it's arts and crafts, suddenly these are buzzwords which puts you off it a little bit. But yes, it has been. I thought you were saying since I've been live. I've been live a lot. But Jason, good to have you back here. And it's not an oil painting, it is a acrylic painting. Because we want more layering and because we want those dry times. So quick dry times means for more layers, means we can slice and dice more colours in more expressive and creative ways. Oils are fantastic, but 3 weeks? I just can't wait that long for paint to dry in between these expressive coats that we're putting on. So acrylic is our bread and butter, and we add stuff into it so it behaves like oils. Great response, thanks Rockman, appreciate you. Let's keep going with this purple. Now the key with this purple murple, we will not overdo it. Because you're like, wow, that purple's so nice, keep adding it. Do that, you can lose what made the purple so nice because it will dominate the other colours. It works well in conjunction with the colours that are there. But once you overdo it, it'll overpower those colours. But we are going to swap onto something arguably as cool. Arguably. This is not the regular magenta. We were using brilliant magenta in the past, so if you've seen magenta go on these canvases, and you've seen them go poof when it hits. Sorry, IG, if you want the Instagram, there's a link tree in the bio. Just click on that, it'll take you everywhere you want to go. There is an Instagram, and I would love to have you there. It would be fantastic. So, this is deep magenta, very similar to the other magenta. This one's just very, very poppy. Deep and poppy. Here we go, beautiful. It's not the same shade as the purple. It's got more of a hot feeling to it. Here we go. Who is using Instagram in 2023? Like a fifth of the world? Maybe less, but a fifth of the world? Instagram's pretty cool. Instagram's really easy to comment on. It's easy to make videos on. It's easy to, the inbox is handy. Got no complaints. Facebook's a little bit clunky, I'll be honest. It's like, doesn't really tell me when new messages are in there, so if I've missed your messages on Facebook, I'm sorry. Facebook messes with me a little bit. Instagram is dying. Well, I like it. It helps me connect with the world, and it helps me share art, and it helps me try and put some authentic feeling out there into the world. I like it. I love it when someone comments or sends me a message like, yo, I was just doom scrolling and I came across your dorky content and thank you. Oh, that's pretty cool. I've never seen that before. That was fun, Nick. You're all good. Rockman, I will catch you later. Until next time, don't worry, you're not missing out on much. Your boy is running for the hills in 32 minutes. 32 minutes. And then we'll be back tomorrow. God, I'm loving this painting. This is fun, guys. This is fun. This is going in all sorts of the right directions. We shouldn't get too excited because, you know, at any given stage we could just ruin it. If we don't risk that on every single stroke, then we deny the painting creativity. But at the moment, we are just rolling sixes. This painting's in a really fun space. Okay. And let's sneak this through here. There we are. Then over here. Cheers, Pix. Now we're going to mix in some of that black into here. Rockman, that's a great question. If you want more, and I'm not around, jump on the link in the bio. YouTube is your go-to, or just search on YouTube, Sid Gower Art. Should be there. There's all the replays on YouTube, and then you can also find maybe like once a day, guys. Is that fair? Where are my regulars at? Once a day? It's like once a day. Sometimes we skip a day or two, depending. And some days we're live for 9 hours, and some days I'm like, so sorry, I've just got to be here. You don't see a link. It should be there with Linktree. Is it not there? Link in the bio. I might need someone to check that, because I've had that complaint before, and now I'm worried. It's genuinely not there. Ooh. Alright, you might just need to Google Sid Gower Art. And typically I try and get about a painting done. One painting every 4 days is about right. But they need layers. They build up. Sharon Licious, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was panicking for a moment there. I was like, oh god. My links have all broken. I don't know how to fix it. Go to Instagram, then to the link. Oh, is it? Wait, Jay Smith, is it not on TikTok? Because I can put it on TikTok. I'm surprised it's not there. I need to fix this. Why did no one tell me this? Maybe you did try and tell me. Is it not working on TikTok though? Because I can literally fix that in like 2 seconds. There we go. A bit of that there. Let's grab some of that. Yes, it works fine. It's fantastic. You're a champion, Sharon. You have you panicking. Sharon's like, everyone settle down. Seb's clearly in distress hearing about this. It's fine. Y'all don't see you're making him panic. Look at his brush strokes. They're going everywhere. You're freaking him out. Outdoor video where you're pouring on your paint. Outdoor video where I'm pouring on paint. It does sound like me. But I'm glad. go. What's the price range of the paintings? They can vary drastically. It depends on the size you're after and where in the world you live. Best way to do it though is to jump on the link in my bio and tell me the size you're after and whereabouts I'm shipping to. And I can come back and let you know. There we go. There we are. You're a painter too, Sharon. That's fantastic. Is that how you're able to figure out my link so easily? There we go. Perfect. Alright. Bear with me for 1 second. I'm just going to grab these brushes because they've got those mediums on them. Stop them from breaking. Now chuck these in some water. 1 second. Whew. That was longer than expected. I'm a bit of an idiot. As I was walking through the house with the paintbrushes, I scraped along the side of the house and got it all down a white wall. So I had to get like a little cloth and wipe it up. It was a whole thing. You missed out. Quite dramatic actually. Now, where were we at? Looking back at this work. Okay. Yeah, it happened, Chad. It was a whole thing. Now. Yeah, okay. We've got the right colours here. Thanks, Sparkle, Crystal Ball Sparkle. Appreciate that. Colours are bright? Yeah. This is a fun place. Here we go. Let's grab a little bit of this pink. I'm just going to run it up here a little bit, down these sides. Hi, Mark. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Mark. Thanks for joining in. And do you only get colours like those by using acrylic? No, you can get it from oils, but you only get this intensity of colour and the way it layers and combines together by mixing in things to the acrylics. You can't get it just by taking acrylic straight out of the tube. You need to have some fun with it. You need to mix it, you need to splice it, you need to dice it. So I've got all sorts of a little potion set sitting over there that I'd mix into it. Fast drying mediums, gloss mediums, transparency mediums, thickening mediums, whatever you need to get it going. 5 hours. We did 5 hours? Good for us. Good for us. 5 hours and not done yet. Wasn't sure of this one at first, but loving it now. Rick, you have just had the caterpillar butterfly experience. A lot of artwork is growing, just like people. Who do you know from high school who was a late bloomer, who Was the nerdy kid, now he's a millionaire. Was the geeky kid, now he's the most attractive guy out of the whole year group. Was the cool kid, now he's not so cool. You know, sometimes what it looks like at the start and what it becomes are two very different things. So with a painting, it's no different. It's going to go through stages, and almost every painting is going to start as a caterpillar as you build up those fundamental layers, and then hopefully become a butterfly. But this one is a very, very cool one. Zambezi print. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's that. Oh, that one's not really. That one sort of started as a. Did it go caterpillar mode? I think it went like little butterfly to big butterfly. That one really. The old Zambezi didn't really have a moment where it was like, I don't really like it. It was always going up and up and up and up. Just because those elephants and the tree were so distinctive from the very start, so there was no guessing to it. This one's really fun though. This one actually took shape in the first 30 minutes. Can't wait. I'm going to post a reel on it and you'll see. But it very, very quickly became what it needed to become in terms of form with its perspective. So that's quite cool. You're a dragon. Good for you, piece. Now, let's keep ticking along. A lot of grey in this picture too. We pop out these big colours without the greys to go in between to make the whole thing relax. The whole thing will become too intense. So, got a responsibility to those greys. There we go. Let's bounce those up there. Perfect. And over here, just going to slide some lines up in here. Cheeky little lines. There we are. This is a modern day take on Picasso's artistry. The problem with take is it sort of means like a person is doing it in a response to Picasso. I like Picasso, and I haven't looked at his stuff. If you want to understand art better, history is a great thing to look at, but philosophy is an even better thing. Because what motivates you to paint isn't going to be you put how many hours into a painting? You put 10 hours. You don't paint a picture to make a 10-hour comment of someone who's long gone. Like, you could, but that's not really expression. Typically, what you'll do is philosophically, you'll ask yourself the question, why should I paint? And you'll find your own compelling reasons for that. And once they're found, you're on your way. But it's not so much a response to the rest of the world. I always remember talking like that in art school too. A response to this movement. As if a particular artist had ever heard of that movement. Oh dear. You like the light reflections, that's fun. They're not finished yet, but they're looking pretty cool. There we go. Perfect. This looks like more like modern day Monet. Actually, that's a really good way to put it. Was that swimmer dude? That's a really good way to explain it to someone. Great way to say, hey, what does that dude do? What am I in for if I go to look at his work? Like modern day Monet. Hard to argue with that. That's a really good point. How long have I been painting for, Will Boyd? Long time. Ever since I could walk, Will. Painting is my thing. Not full time, obviously, but painting for a long time. Don't let that stop you from thinking you should pursue your craft, though. A lot of the time, you hear a painter say, "Oh, I've been doing this forever." you're, oh, well then I stand no chance. Don't let that happen. Go and actually pursue what you love. Do it. It's like gatekeeping. It's like, in a funny way, we don't believe we'd be allowed to pursue what we love. And there'd be a qualification or a time that you'd have to spend on it before you were allowed to do it or enjoy it. This is a lie. This is a trick. I'm not sure who came up with it, but it's a dirty trick. This picture is done from a reference. I'll show you. You ready? I'll show you the reference. It's pretty fun. Bang. Let's chuck that up there. Lift the side there a little bit. Done. There we go. So that's the image there. So we see it there. We see a giant purple wall there. We see the cars. We see the concrete. And then, pump, there's our picture. And that is the process we are on. You knew it was Times Square. I think it's Midtown. I think it's Midtown. But it does have this beautiful Broadway feel to it, which I really like. And the next thing we're going to do is there's a beautiful swipe about to come up here. Big movement. See, we've been slowly prepping this canvas, pulling a line in over and over and over. And we've got to a stage now where, if I can just find it, here we go. Paint's great, perfect. Cheers, Menando. Where we're ready to do a bit of a colour swap. I'm excited. Here we go. Let's grab that out there. Colour swap. Big change. Big change. Here we go. Hi, Michael. How you doing? Right. This is a mixture of Chinese blue and Payne's grey. I'm going to use this to slice in here like this. See that? Coming down this line. Beautiful. Just down there like that. And then up over the top here. Wonderful. And right up the whole way to the roof. To the sky. This is what I was talking about here. In New York City, everything's above you. So what are you doing? You're always looking up. And so with this picture, what am I doing? Looking up. That's why the canvas is a little bit higher, because it gets me actually feeling that feeling of looking up into New York City. Examining it's a giant place. Upper East Side Manhattan. Well, small footprint, but man, there's a lot going on. The whole of New York City is the most bizarre location. I love it. You have no idea how confusing, at first confronting, but then how surreal it is for a small town New Zealand boy to be in a place like New York and to see endless strangers, to go on a subway, to do these things. It's crazy. You can go to New York City. It'll feel like this. That's the goal anyway. That's the goal. If we can get this plane into a place where we can put it in front of Chad, and Chad says, yeah, that's what it felt like there. Boom, done. Perfect. And if it's even better, if it's not what it looks like, but it's what it felt like, that's a threaded needle. When you can capture feeling without likeness, Now you're doing something really special. We go for a 50-50 blend here. So when I say 50-50 blend, I mean you can still see the street, the concrete, the lights, the buildings and things, only to the point where they actually allow the feeling to be dictated through that. So the image still exists, but feeling in the paint and the abstract chaos of the paint takes precedent, 50-50. But if you can go full abstract and still keep that feeling and allow people to understand it immediately, which is not often done, can be done, but that's quite special too. Reminds me of Vegas. This brings back all the feels, perfect. And it's giving me the vibe of Neon City. So we're getting a lot of good vibes here. Most importantly, the picture was taken at night. Now when you're painting nighttime, what happens? Gloom comes into it, sadness comes into it sometimes, there's connotations attached to it. Scary or evil or bad comes into it. These connotations attached with nighttime. We've got a lot of darkness in this picture. It's more dark than light, but you know what? The picture feels vibrant, happy, bubbling, moving. It doesn't feel aggressive, it feels welcoming. Like, come into the picture and exist in this image, not let me scare you away with what is in this location. So that's really important, and it can be quite tough to do that, especially when the palette is darker. So fun's been had. Fun's been had. Right, Payne's grey. Payne's grey. There we go. Let's get right up there, tall. Right up the tops. Just going to capture all these little windows, one after another. Tell you what, I am liking this new pair of shorts. $2, and you get good movement in them. I haven't had to do any like big dives to put paint anywhere, but the ability to move, it's been quite nice. It's been quite nice. Left-handed, yes. $2, indeed. Second-hand shop, baby. Spoil yourself. That's what I believe. That's what I believe in, guys. Go get your stuff from op shops. Go to fancy boutique op shops if you want, but go to op shops. It's guilt-free, and it feels so good when you buy something that fits you perfectly, and you're like, yes. Not only is that profit from what I just purchased going to charity, because it's sometimes the second-hand shops, depending on the second-hand shop you go to, going to charity. Oh, I've got something I want. Everyone's a winner, and this piece of clothing's going for a round two. Great place to be. Right, there we go. Right. Thanks, Rudy. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Now, let's get these lights a little bit more faded at the top here. There we go. See that? They're just tucked in there, popping out. That's how we want it. And then here, we're going to cut that. Cut that. There we go. Now, what's going on with these blocks here? We have those blocks there, coming down that line. Okay. Okay. I think these, you're going to get some Payne's grey, Chinese blue love. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Put that paintbrush down for a second. I think, I don't know for certain, but I think my iPad has just kicked the bucket, which is a tragedy. Because that iPad, oh no, we're not dead yet. Perfect. We've got solutions. All right. All right. Now, let's have a look-see here. We're not finished yet. That much is definitely obvious. More Payne's grey through here. I'm using a mixture, actually. Atelier Run-of-the-mill Atlia, it's not so bad. And then I have this lovely stuff, which is innovative acrylic. I love this stuff. This stuff here is great, just like a little sauce packet. Easy to squirt from. Just learned you had a YouTube channel. Hey, there you go. The YouTube channel is a couple of shorts, but mainly the replays of what we do here. So if you like what happens here and you want to catch lives, but the time zones don't work out for you, maybe you're watching and you're like, it's literally 3 a.m. This is fun, but this is not what I need before a big day of work tomorrow. Don't worry, I get it. The live replays are all on YouTube. So it's all there for you. Here we go. Perfect. Alright. Let's have a look-see here. Let's keep putting this paint out here. Again, Payne's Grey. Teeny tiny bit of white now going through it. So let this grow these colours just the littlest bit. And we have, just so I don't catch anyone off guard, the warning is going out. We've got 16 minutes left. 16 minutes. Then I've got places to be. But it has been an absolute pleasure spending the day with you guys. An absolute pleasure. There we go. Little bits of blue. Fantastic. Come to Arizona. Been a while since I've been to Arizona. That may have been, how long ago? Jeepers. Maybe 4 years now. 4 years, I reckon. Beautiful place though. It's where sweet tea comes from, right? And hello from Malaysia. Welcome. Hope you're looking after yourself. Good to have you here. Let's see where else I can put this. There we go. This is a beautiful colour. And it's very, very accurate to the shade that we see out on the street. It's beautiful, deep Payne's Grey. Gently break down the majority of this picture into these little flashes, little moments of colour. Hello from Kuala Lumpur. Welcome from Kuala Lumpur. There we go. We're coming right the way down here. Perfect. Whoa. Los Angeles, welcome from Los Angeles. I will do. Appreciate you being here. There we go. Do you sketch on the canvas first or go straight into paint? Sometimes I'll confess to doing a quick sketch. Just enough. Especially if I'm going to be doing a big session. So that way I know the general layout of things. But usually just straight in there. Let yourself make mistakes. You know, if you're actually talking about mistakes, hello Perth, how you doing? You could arguably say a mistake occurred up here. We had that building out an inch further than it should be, and we cut it back with Payne's Grey. to make it all accurate and better. But now I love it. I love the correction. I love how it's part of the painting's journey. I love that aspect of art. You lose that if you put all these guidelines down. You basically tell the painter at the very start, here's how I want you to look, and now that I've established the exact journey you're going on to your conclusion, anyone can do you. I don't need to be here for this. A robot could be here with a mechanical arm. I've set exactly the journey this painting's going on. And you deny yourself the ability to put your personality into the work you're making. Allow yourself to make happy little mistakes. Go a little bit crazy. Trip up in all the different ways. Yeah. Skewed and blurred perception. What do you mean? I'm trying to do realism art here. Can't you see the perfect articulate lines of this picture? Now, a little bit more in here. There we go. Coming around under this car. Fantastic. And around the edges. Just a little bit around the edges. We're not prioritising the edges. I've got a plan for this framing here. And I'm so excited. Chad, you are going to love it. I've got a very, very clever idea for this frame. Very clever. Come to Budapest one day. Yeah, I was there maybe, how long ago? A year ago maybe now. And you do. You do indeed. 11 more minutes, team. 11 more minutes. And then I am dashing. Hoity toity. There we go. 11 more minutes. Now, let's have a look-see at that. What colour is going to be next? I think we're doing really well with those greys. Do we want a slight, there's a little bit of brown already in there. Maybe we're going to get, I think we're going to get that carbon black. More of a spin on that. Thanks, Braden. Appreciate that. Here we go. A little bit of this. Let's add this in. Voila. And let's keep, so some windows up here. Let's slice them in here. Also, I think I saw that where you train. I trained 2 different places, 3 different places, plus private tutoring. But to save myself going into that over and over again for all the poor souls who hear me day in, day out, there's a full, maybe 4 or 5 paragraphs about my full story on my About Me page, and I get very, very real with it. So I hope you like it, and that's on the website, which you can get to via the bio. So if that's what you're after, I got you. Do that. Hello, can't read that. Yeah, but that's how much it costs to become a pilot too, and that's how much. It's just how much things cost, unfortunately. It's a big cost, and it's very hard too, because you come out of that not knowing if you're going to make money. It's tough. It's tough. Can you paint me like one of your French girls? What a lovely thing to say, Nathan. Would you believe, perhaps, that we've heard that on this channel before? Maybe like once or twice? Maybe. There we go. A little bit in here. Alright, let's keep this coming up here on these windows. Just like that. Just like that. There we go. All the way up. Thanks, David. Appreciate you. Scatter this down through here. Can't read that, but tan bonita. It's exciting that it's been said. And thanks, Andy. Let's have a look-see here. Let's keep adding in this here. Little touches of it. Tiny little touches. And we can even get a little bit thick with the paint, with this deeper shade as well. A little bit thicker with it, because we don't need, well, we do need, but we can add in more texture into those darker areas, have a slight impasto effect, ever so slight impasto effect. There we go. Beautiful. Creeping up here, and then up here. Perfect. The paint isn't super thick, isn't all that? The paint isn't super thick. It's not a full-on impasto method, but it's enough, just enough that on different angles, it'll catch the lighting and make different colours pop more or less. Nathan, this is New Zealand. We are in the land of New Zealand, and this is Auckland. New Zealand, Auckland, and that is where I'm coming to you from. And that's what I love about going live, is that when you're here, people from all over the world can join in from different times. And Vic, thank you, appreciate that. I'm glad you're liking where it's at. It's a wild one, there is no doubt. People from all over the world can join in from different places, different times. I was talking about this yesterday. I love how there'd be one person who's heading out somewhere while another person falls asleep, while another person is an insomniac in the middle of the night, while another person is waking up to a morning coffee. That's the beauty of different time zones, and it's kind of fun. Every time I'm in New Zealand, I'm reminded that oh no, Night Walker. Well, I may have, would I have chuckled? Probably not, but I would have helped you out. That's the disaster. I'm so sorry. What a terrible welcome into New Zealand. Jordan, good morning from South Africa. This is what I'm talking about. What an absolute delight to have you here, Jordan. Morning in South Africa. Coming to you from New Zealand at a brisk time of 4 minutes to 5 o'clock. And then I need a dash. I got places I need to go to. There we go. Little dots. Little bits of colour splashing over each other, one at a time. Oh no! Nightwalker, sorry to hear that. And Vic's Visions, Monday. It is indeed. It's a Monday here. It's a Monday at 5 p.m. Cheers, Roseanne. Unfortunately, the saying in Titanic is actually draw me like one of your French girls. Still a great saying, don't get me wrong. Here we go. Cheers, Jason Lewis. I love Seattle. It's been a while since I've been there. Patrick, you drew me? That's lovely of you. I appreciate that. I would love to one day see it. Or you can just DM me. Let me see. Here. Muhammad's not interested. I'm sorry, Muhammad. You know what? Not every painting's for everyone. Landscapes aren't for everyone. I'm not for everyone. I'm weird, I'm dorky, I'm geeky. Slur my words. Have some weird opinions. But you're welcome to be here, Muhammad. I don't condone just... fair enough. Fair enough. Does the red sign say white? Does the red sign say with white lettering? That part down there? Okay. It's interesting you bring that up. It's really interesting you bring that up. It does say something. But we have this habit when we paint letters, especially in artwork, where we go, right, okay, there's letters down the side of this building here. If it says open, you go O-P-E, and you write it out. This isn't correct. On the angle with the lighting, we don't want to see letters, we want to see shapes. And so here, you're just seeing the shapes that I'm capturing in this blurred, hazy environment that makes up this whole street. Written down a sign here, you can probably guess it by the way it sticks out, but it says park. There's a logo at the top, it says park, and there's a symbol at the bottom. And then there is a Gap logo over here, but it's very, very hazy and hard to see. Palace seems to be written somewhere around here. This is a Hollywood banner. It says New York on it somewhere. But typically though, you get so desensitized, all these banners everywhere, that when you go to New York City, they are just giant lights everywhere. The New York lights, baby. And all you're concentrating on is where you're going, and you're looking at all these vibrant colors all around you. That's the feeling this painting wants to give. That's what it's after. So I'm not going to stop this painting at any point and be like, okay, now P, A, R, okay, because that's going to ruin the entire allure of shining lights coming at you. Right, hey OP, I've got some terrible news for you OP. I'm just about to dash. So guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here painting with you all today. We've done some fantastic ground on 3 artworks. We kicked off with this one. We moved on to our elephants. We did our dress work, and then we came back to this one. I have to dash now. Kyle, not Times Square, it's Midtown. And I'm in love with it. It's really, really fun. This is everything we wanted from a landscape. It's very unique. It's very much a work of art over craft. I love that. Anyway, sorry. What do you say? When did you start painting? I would love to, but I think it's kind of late. You're 17. 17? You get your whole life ahead of you. Some people start painting at 70. You've got this. Just learn how to love it. You'll be fine. Guys, I'm going to hit the track. It's been an absolute pleasure. If you're waking up, going to sleep, starting work, finishing work, middle of the night, whatever, I hope you are having a great day. Great night. Looking after yourself. Do you. I am Kiwi, and I'm having a fantastic day. I'm off. You absolute champions. All the best. See you same time tomorrow. Bye. See you, Ryan. See you, Jay Smith. See you later, Chad, and see you later if you're still here, Steve. All the best, guys. Bye for now.